start out in ring A with your Maine-Anjou show, followed by your Maine Angus, then your MaineTainer, Red Angus, then Gelby Balancer. And in ring B, we start out with your Key Angus, Key Composite, then your Limousine, then your Lim Flex, and then your Junior Full-Blood Simmental show to follow. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full day, and we are ready for those first classes to be making their way into the ring. Again, we are ready for those first classes over in your Key Angus show with Class 169. And then we are ready for Class 1 over in your Maine-Anjou Heifer show, again with Class 1. Again, we are ready for those first classes to be making their way into the ring. Again, we are ready for those first Key Angus females to be making their way in the ring, and as well as our first class of Maine-Anjou heifers. And started out over in your Maine-Anjou heifer show. These heifers' date of birth range from May 12th through May 1st of 2024. Again, now entering the ring is Class 1 Maine-Anjou heifers. At this time, I would like to introduce your Maine-Anjou heifer judge, Mr. Craig Sand. Craig currently resides in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Craig grew up in southern Wisconsin on a limousine cow-calf operation. Craig and his wife Jessica have been married for 23 years. They have two sons, Colton and Coy, who are heavily involved in performance horses and rodeoing. Craig has managed show and sale cattle for over 25 years. He was named the National Limousine Herdsman of the Year in 2003 and has exhibited show cattle all over the country. Currently, Craig manages show and sale cattle for Circle M Farms in Perkins, Oklahoma. If you could join me in giving Mr. Craig Sand a round of applause.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Key Angus show. Really a nice single entry female the young lady brings to us. Really awesome in terms of her center rib. Tons of width there through her chest floor and outward shape to her rib cage. I think a heifer that's more than adequate in terms of her structure. If we're going to tweak on her, I'd relax her back and her knee ever so slightly, but really striking in terms of her presence up front there. I think a heifer that's got a nice future. Congratulations to that young lady on a really nice single entry.
And placings over in your Key Angus show this morning for Class 1 goes to entry number 169, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Flea City, Ohio. That heifer will automatically be your Summer Heifer Calf Division champion, and she weighs 620 pounds. Again, first place in Class 1 goes to entry number 169 and is automatic Summer Heifer Calf champion. Congratulations. Now in the ring over in your Key Angus show is Class 4. These heifers' date of birth range from March 30th through March 7th of 2024. And I would like to take this time to introduce your Key Angus judge for this morning is Mr. Ryan Johnson. Ryan is originally from Northwest Iowa. He attended South Dakota State University and graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science. He currently resides in Mitchell, South Dakota, where he and his wife, Samantha, and son Rhett own and operate RJ Cattle Company. Through an extensive embryo transfer program, they raise and market around 300 show heifers and steers and around 100 bred heifers annually all across the United States. Please join me in giving Mr. Ryan Johnson a round of applause.
Really nice, really nice, really nice class over here on the main side. The young man's heifer I'm going to start off with, just in terms of structure and balance and eye appeal, just kind of rises to the top for me. Maybe like to soften her up ever so slightly in the center portion of her body, but I love her spine. I like her hip shape. I like the way she gets out and travels. Awesome set of feet and legs, very attractive up through that front 1/3. High quality heifer to start with. Young lady's moderate framed heifer that comes in second is really, really good at the ground. I love her structure. I like the way she gets out and travels. Heifer maybe just gets a little bit extra navel for me. Maybe gets a little plainer up through that head, neck, and shoulder compared to that heifer in front of her. Heifer's got some muscle shape and some body. I love the structure about that female high-quality heifer to go second. Young lady's a highly attractive, highly presented female comes in third here. A heifer that's really elevated in her frame score. Heifer's got some bone, she's got some substance. Heifer gets a little narrow base for me on both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to widen her up a little bit in her chest floor, give her a little more base width. Love the rib shape in this one, love the spine in this one, the attractiveness. The heifer that comes in fourth here. Heifer's heavy constructed in terms of muscle shape. She's good in the center portion of her body. She wants to get a little outside herself when you put her in motion. I'd like to be a little more comfortable on both ends of her skeleton. Young man's heifer that comes in fifth here. Heifer, it's a little plainer in terms of her overall design. I like her foot size, I like her bone. She's got some flexibility. Heifer just needs to tidy her up, neaten her up in her line. She gets a little coarse through her shoulder, neck, and head for me. Maybe just like to let her go with a little more comfort on her rear too, but a heifer that's got some good about her. Heifer that rounds out the class, just a little harder doing in terms of her overall composition. Heifer gets a little restricted on both ends of her skeleton. Nice class of females, really nice top end.
Over here on the Key Angus side, we got a really nice class of females here. I think the top pair is really close, and I wouldn't argue with you either way. I like this heifer that wins the class awful lot here on the side. Man, she paints a beautiful picture, and you step in front of her, and she's really opened up, and she's got a tremendous amount of substance to her, and it starts at the ground. She's the biggest footed, biggest boned heifer in the class, and I think just truly opened up through her rib cage, really bold and pulled apart there in the center and top side of her rib cage, and you step in behind her. She's got a tremendous amount of shape and a lot of pin width as you study her down her hip. I think very attractive through her front 1/3. If I would tweak on her when you step right in behind her and set them in motion, I wish she just set a little square from hog to ground, but man, that's a high quality heifer, and I'm not calling her unsound. I just tweak her ever so slightly there. There's no doubt this heifer in seconds, a little longer bodied, probably projects to be a little higher performing female. But I think to compete with that heifer in front of her, I just like to stouten her up, and it starts at the ground. I'd like to make her a little bigger footed heifer to compete with that one in front of her. And then you step in behind her, I'd like to see just a little more shape and pin width. But man, that's taking nothing away from a very high quality female. Another one that paints an awesome picture from the side. She's dead level from the top of her shoulder clear back to her tail head, really long and level hip, really nice in terms of her underline, really nice when you set her in motion. Two very, very high quality females. They'll be fun to get back out here in division. And then we come into the nice pair of females in third and fourth here. This one in third is just tremendously shapy in terms of her muscle pattern, really big down her top. You step in behind her, has got a tremendous amount of muscle shape in her hip and stifle. Another one that's big footed and big bone, just to compete with the ones in front of her. Like to make her a little more ladylike over the crest of her neck, maybe make her a little softer in terms of the sweep to her center rib cage, but still a high quality female. It's going to do nothing but get better for that young lady. Then we round out the class with another high quality female. It's got a tremendous amount of shape, just doesn't quite blend everything together as nice as the ones in front of them. But give them young ladies a nice round of applause for a very high quality set of females.
And play and placings in class number 4 over in your Key Angus Late Junior Heifer Calf. Mic check, 1, 2. Placings in class number 4 over in your Key Angus show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 171. EGY Mandy's Encore 22M, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. And that heifer weighs 711 pounds. Second place goes to entry number 172 with a weight of 844 pounds, RSRS Sexy Chanty ET, exhibited by Michael Stevenson of Terre Haute, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 173, exhibited by VSF Annie's Darling, exhibited by Marcy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. And fourth place goes to entry number 800, RSRS Miss Crossover PCA, exhibited by Claire Montel of Mulberry Grove, Illinois. Congratulations.
This young lady brings us really a nice single entry over here on the Key Angus side. Heifer with a tremendous amount of length and performance. You got to appreciate that about her. Heifer that comes to us with plenty of shape and dimension as you step in behind her. Maybe if we're going to tweak her as you set her in motion, I'd strengthen her in her loin ever so slightly, maybe relax her in her tail head. But man, you got to appreciate some things about her. Congratulations to that young lady on a really nice single entry.
And first place in Class 7 over in your Key Angus show goes to entry number 174, FLF Mojo, exhibited by Hannah Smith of Franklin, North Carolina. That heifer will be your automatic senior heifer calf champion. Congratulations. We're now ready for Class 10 Key Angus Summer Yearling heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from May 16th through May 2nd of 2023.
Another interesting class over here on the Maine side. Young lady's heifer is kind of fighting her out here, but when she gets her parked, boy, this one here can give you a heck of a silhouette. Tremendous amount of rib shape, tremendous amount of pin width. She's got really nice balance and eye appeal. Heavy constructed, big-footed, flexible. Just a lot to that female, just a massive kind of a female. I really like her in terms of her heavy construction. Just brings so much more to, I guess, to me, compared to this one in second in terms of bone and mass and rib shape. This heifer here, I really like the way she gets out and travels. She's smooth, she's sound. She wants to get a little bit run downhill for me. I'd like to pick her up in her shoulders ever so slightly. Maybe gets a little plainer in her neck for me. Drop her down in the center portion of her body to run any higher. With a heifer that's really sound, really attractive from her shoulders back. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, just she too, like the one that wins the class, really heavy constructed, big bodied, wide pin, bold sprung kind of a female. She gets a little rigid for me on her rear too when you ask her to go. I love the attractiveness up through that front 1/3. A lot of good pieces about that female. Kind of a different type and kind that comes in fourth here. A heifer that's a little bit refined in her bone work, a little frailer made, if you will. Heifer, I'd like to soften her up, give her a little more base width when she goes away from you, just stouten her up at the ground to run any higher. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's long-sided, got some length of spine, she's got some doability about her. She's sound on her front too. She gets a little rounder and coarser through her tail head for me. Like to dropping her down in her forerib and heart girth ever so slightly, but a nice female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's got some body and some pin width. She's about as heavy muscled and big backed as any of them you've seen today, but a heifer that just gets a little restricted in motion for me. She gets a little up in her spine when you put her in motion. I just like to relax her and let her go with a little more ease and comfort. Young man's heifer that comes in next, a long-sided, little larger frame kind of a female. Heifer, just she too gets a little up in her spine. She needs to relax. Probably put her down on a little more bone and foot size, a little more comfort to run any higher. Young lady's heifer that comes in, rounds out the class. A heifer that's got some length of body, got some depth of body. Heifer just gets a little weak in her spine. I like to pick her up in her loin edge. Heifer just needs to soften up on both ends of her skeleton.
Not a lot. Not a lot of numbers over here on the Key Angus side, but this young man brought a really good one to town here. A heifer that's just dialed in and is ready to come show in Louisville today. Just beautiful presentation and hair coat. They got her at 12 o'clock. Heifer, you know that if you know anything about the cattle that we raise, for me, I'd sure stouten her up every ever so slightly, but man, this is a high quality female. In terms of her skeleton, she is just perfect in the angles and gets out and goes beautiful. I love how flat and laid back she is in her shoulder, how flexible she is off of both ends. Just beautiful way she's tucked up in her chest floor and explodes into a big expansive rib cage. You know, you step in behind her, I'd like to make her a little wider pin, but I'm sure there's a lot of key bulls you could breed her to that she'd mate very, very well. Very high quality female to win this class. She'll be fun to get back out here for the champion drive. Congratulations on a very high quality class winner. Taking nothing away from this young lady that goes second. Here's really a high performing, little bigger frame female. It's got a ton of performance. You got to appreciate them things about her. Just to compete with that one in front of her, we need to tweak her structure a little bit off of both ends. I'd like to relax her in terms of her knee and her hock ever so slightly, but I do appreciate the muscle and performance she possesses. Congratulations to both of them young exhibitors on a nice pair of females.
And placings for Class 10 over in your Key Angus Summer Yearling show goes to first place goes to entry number 177, Hig Kelly 308L, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. And that heifer will be your automatic Summer Yearling heifer champion. And second place in Class 10 goes to entry number 176, Miss K086L, exhibited by Macy Clark Ledford of Franklin, North Carolina. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 13 Key Angus Late Spring Yearling heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 27th through April 9th of 2023. And placings in Class 2 over in your Maine-Anjou heifer show are as followed. First place in Class 2 goes to entry number 13, Miss Vivian E.T., exhibited by Haley Jarg of Falmouth, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 15, MJCC Maury Rose, exhibited by Mason Joloff of Kenton, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 14, SFFC First Lady 436, exhibited by Gracie Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 11, MFS Rita Rowe 31M, exhibited by Grady Harrison of Greensburg, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 18, exhibited by Lily Vaught of Bernie, Texas. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 12, exhibited by Bristol Tipton of Hopedale, Ohio. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 19, exhibited by Tanner Perron of Felicity, Ohio. And eighth place goes to entry number 17, exhibited by Caitlin Beck of Mulberry, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 3 Maine-Anjou heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from March 28th through March 1st of 2024.
be the first to admit I'd like to combine these first two heifers, and I'd have one I'd really like. I wish I could take the structure on the heifer in second, or the boldness and the power in the heifer on first here, and combine one and have one I really like. And I'm not calling the heifer in second not powerful enough, or the heifer in first not sound enough. I just like to tweak them ever so slightly. I do like this heifer in first though. And I decided to use her to win this class because I do think she's sound enough, and she's got a really nice shape to her foot, and I think she's adequate in terms of her angles, and she does get out and go good enough. I just wish she'd get out and go ever so slightly a little nicer. Boy, and when he gets her parked, she gives you a striking look from the side here. So big and bold in terms of her rib cage opened up there through her chest floor. Stepping behind her, and she's overwhelming in terms of her power. Yeah, she's got a little sternum and chest sitting out in front of her, but with all that extra power, you're going to have some, and that doesn't bother me too much. As I said, if we're going to tweak her, I wish she'd just get out and go with just a little more comfort and cushion off of both ends, but that's getting picky on a very, very nice heifer.
And placings in Class 13 over in your Key Angus show are as followed. First place in automatic late spring yearling division champion goes entry number 179, BMW Y Not 414L, exhibited by Braden Smalley of Nevada, Iowa. Oh, did it die?
Sorry about that. This heifer in second's just awesome in terms of her skeleton and look here from the side. I really like her in motion. Just one that I wish appeared a little heavier bred at this term or this late in the game here. As you step off to the side, I wish she was a little bigger in terms of her lower rib shape. Step in behind her, maybe just see a little more udder development. But one that's just awesome in terms of the angles of her skeleton, really feminine up there through her front 1/3. And I do think that heifer's another very, very high quality one, and an awesome pair of females on top here. And then taking nothing away from the young lady's heifer here in third, just runs into a very high quality class. This heifer's got a tremendous amount of power and performance. I like them things about her. She's just getting a little heavy in terms of her condition, maybe a little more stale, but I do like some things about her in terms of her bone and her power. Congratulations to them three exhibitors on a really nice class.
Took a little longer over here than I was thinking, but boy, these top four heifers, it's a lot of give and take for me. Boy, there's a lot of difference in types and kinds, but I think there's quality in these top four, and a lot of quality at that. The white-bellied heifer I started off with. The heifer's big bone, big-footed. She's sound moving. Heifer's tremendous in her rib shape. I love her pin width. I love the muscle shape when you get right in behind her. Heifer, I will say, she gets a little up in her top when you put her in motion, just ever so slightly, but she needs to square up a tick, hooks to pins. But I think when this young lady gets her moving and rolling around in this ring, I think she will relax her spine. She's just a little nervous right now, but I think there's a lot of good in that female. When that young lady gets her parked, she can give you a heck of a silhouette with a tremendous amount of power. This heifer that comes in second, probably a little better maybe in terms of relaxing in her spine. Heifer's maybe not as good in foot size and bone work as maybe that one that exceeds her. I love the attractiveness about this female. I love the maternal characteristics about this female. Probably a little better hooks to pins, if you will, a little better in her spine. Like to pull her tail head down into her hip ever so slightly. Not taking anything away from these next two females. This heifer that comes in third, big bone, big footed, probably as sound at the surface as any of them in the class. With that being said, gets a little rounder in her hip, gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape down through her quarter and her stifle. Maybe just gets a little cylindrical for me in the center portion of her rib. I'd like to drop her down in the center portion. Maybe tidy her up ever so slightly in the bottom side of that neck compared to run with them. I really appreciate the running gear on that female. Heifer that comes in fourth, really, really attractive when this young lady gets her parked. Good-footed, adequate bone. Heifer's got some body, she's got some balance and some eye appeal. She too wants to get a little rounder, hooks to pins. She probably gives up the most muscle shape when you get right in behind her on the top three heifers. But a heifer that's got a lot of high-quality pieces, I think, with a bright future. Young man's big bone, big-footed, heavy constructed female that comes in fifth here. Heifer is awesome in the center portion of her body, really tidy up through that head and neck. She just gets a little coarse for me in that shoulder. She gets a little rounder in that hip design. I'd like to see her, I'll catch her once in a while. I'd like to see her go with a little more comfort on her rear too. Black and white heifer that comes in next probably just gives up too much body and power and mass compared to those in front of her. Heifer's got some length of body to her. She's got some balance and some eye appeal. Just like to pull her apart, soften her up to probably run any higher. Young man's fluid moving one that comes in next. Heifer moves like a cat. With that being said, she gets a little frailer and refined. For me, she gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape and her rib shape. I'd just like to soften her up and stouten her up, see a little bit more of her. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, a heifer that just gets a little up in her spine. I'd like to relax her on both ends of her skeleton, just make her a little more retractive compared to those in front of her. Really nice class of females, really nice top four in that class. Congratulations.
Young man brings us really a nice single entry over here on the Key Angus side. One that paints you a beautiful picture here from the side. So elegant the way she ties her head and neck into a flat shoulder. Awesome in terms of the angles to her skeleton. Really nice in terms of her rib cage. Just going to make an awesome cow from this young man. I'd maybe stouten her up in terms of her foot and bone work ever so slightly. Maybe step in behind her and stouten her up ever so slightly. But man, a lot of breeding value and how feminine and sound she is in terms of her skeleton. Congratulations on a really nice single entry.
And over in your Key Angus show, placings in Class 13 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 179, BMW Why Not 414L, exhibited by Braden Smiley of Nevada, Iowa. And that heifer will be your automatic division champion. And second place and your automatic reserve division champion in Class 13 goes to entry number 178, Hig Kelly 306L, exhibited by Josie Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska. And third place in Class 3 goes to entry number 180, TOF Fitness Lila, exhibited by Raymond Berkner of Hilton, Ohio. And first place in Class 16 over in your Key Angus show goes to entry number 181, HIGG Kelly 05L, exhibited by Ethan Barty of Springfield, Tennessee. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 19 Key Angus. These heifers' date of birth range from February 15th through February 3rd of 2023. And placings in Class 3 over in your Maine-Anjou heifer show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 31, MILC Hope 211M, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 26, CFCC Sugar 173M, exhibited by Adam Berkstein of West Burlington, New York. And third place in that class goes to entry number 22, TCLC Alley 432M, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 30, MCCF Mavie, exhibited by Hannah Youngstein of Sydney, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 25, exhibited by Reed Barker of Kendallville, Indiana. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 21, exhibited by Jace Bowser of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. And seventh place in that class goes entry number 29, exhibited by Blaine Evans of Dover, Ohio. And eighth place in that class goes entry number 28, exhibited by Sawyer Noy of Lafayette, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4 Maine-Anjou heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from February 21st through January 12th of 2024.
We got two females here that are kind of on the opposite ends of the spectrum. The one I'm going to use to win the class is still really green and got a ton of future in her, and she's going to continue to do nothing but get better this fall and winter as it goes along. But I just think in terms of quality, it starts at the ground. Man, she's a big-footed female, tremendous in terms of her bone work, and you step in behind her. For how green she is, she's got a tremendous amount of width, and I think a bright future yet. I think that young lady's got an awesome female that's going to do nothing but get better with just a bright future. Like I said, she's really green and just times in her favor. Nothing, she'll do nothing but get better. I think that heifer's really nice in terms of dropping a calf and just a little more condition. She'll do a lot of things right as we go along. The heifer here in second, no doubt's an easy keeping female. I appreciate that about her. Really big and bold in terms of her rib cage, but I think a heifer for me is just a little too far along in terms of her condition. She's getting a little stale, and I think to compete with that one in front of her, we need to stouten her up in terms of her foot size and bone work. Just give her a little more true dimension when you step in behind her to compete with that one in front of her. But congratulations to both of them young ladies.
And placings in Class 19 over in your Key Angus show are as followed. First place goes entry number 184, WSCC Lily, 25L, exhibited by Mackenzie Kelpmoski of Palmo, Florida. And second place goes entry number 185, TOF Fitness Lucy, exhibited by Belly Burnett of Knox, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 20 Key Angus females.
This young man brings us a really nice single entry here. Man, he gets her pulled together here on the side, and she gives you a striking look. So chiseled up there through her front end. Really nice down her top. And I think she gives you a nice look in terms of her rib cage here from the side. I think she's adequate in terms of her foot size and bone work. Maybe when we set her in motion, I wish her neck would come out of her a little higher in terms of motion, but still a very high quality female. It's going to make an awesome breeding piece from that young man. Congratulations on a
Really nice class over here on the mains. Young man's baldy heifer just kind of hit me pretty hard when she come in the ring. Heifer's really attractive from one end to the other, sound moving, good bone, tons of flex. Like the balance and eye appeal of this female. Awesome in the center portion of her body. She's got plenty of shape when you get right in behind her. High quality heifer to start with. Young lady's heifer that comes in next. Heifer is really good in the center portion of her rib cage. I like her in her spine. Like to pull her tail head down into her hip. But a heifer, I like her foot size. I like the bone. I like the flexibility. She's got some attractiveness to her. Two really nice heifers to start that class. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, a heifer, it's good bone, she's good footed. She wants to get a little narrower base when you watch her go away from you. Heifer maybe just doesn't have the turn in the center portion of the rib is the two in front of her. She gets a little flatter in terms of her rib shape right there. But a heifer, there's a lot of neat pieces about that heifer. Young lady's heifer that comes in for, she's sound moving, she's adequate footed, she's flexible. Heifer just gives up too much rib shape, too much. She gets a little flatter in terms of her quarter down through her stifle. Like to maybe ease her down in her spine ever so slightly to run any higher. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a little bit more of a moderate frame package, a little plainer and easier doing kind of a female. I'd like to just give her a little more traction up through that front 1/3. She gets a little waisty for me from the bottom of her chest to the bottom of her jaw. But a heifer, it's a little gives up some bone and some foot size. But a heifer, you get right up on her. She's got some muscle shape. She's got some rib shape. I like the fleshing ability about this female. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class is a little bit polar opposites than the one in front of her. To me, she's a little greener in her makeup today. I'd like to just soften her up from one end to the other. A heifer that does have some length of body, can get out and travel. Just need to belly down and stouten her up to run any higher. Nice class of females, really nice top two. Congratulations.
As we get these heifers back out here to pick a division champion, the heifer out of the first class, as we compare her to the one right behind her, heifer we talked about, really green, still got some future in her, one that's big-footed and big bone. We like them things about her. Maybe as we compare her to the one behind her, she's not quite as nice there through her throat latch and down there in her chest. We set her in motion, we'd maybe strengthen her there in her loin ever so slightly, but I do appreciate her footwork and her bone. You step in behind her, she's really genuine and wide in terms of her pin width. I like them things about her a lot. Then the young man's heifer out of the second class, when we talk about, he gets her pulled together here from the side. He's really got her dialed in for this show. I appreciate that about her. Really highly presented and gives you a striking look here from the side. As we talked about, we set her in motion. You'd maybe like to see her neck come out of her a little nicer, more comfortable, but I still think she's adequate in terms of her structure. I like her in terms of her angles here on the standstill, so I still think she's really a high quality female in terms of her skeleton, one that's beautiful in terms of her rib cage, really nice hip. I'm going to go ahead and use the heifer out of the second class to be champion and the heifer out of the first class to be reserved. Congratulations to both of these exhibitors.
And over in your Key Angus show, first place in class 20 and your junior yearling division champion, it goes to entry number 186, Hig Kelly 303L, exhibited by Luke Barnett of Woodlawn, Tennessee. And your reserve junior yearling champion goes to entry number 184, WSCC Lily 25L, exhibited by Mackenzie Kowalski of Palmetto, Florida. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now we're now ready to select your grand champion, Key Angus heifer here at the 2024 North American. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion, Key Angus heifer. And placings for Class 4 over in your Maine-Anjou heifer show are as followed. First place in Class 4 goes to entry number 32, King GTC TSSC Monica 4501, exhibited by Braylon Schaffer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And second place goes entry number 37, JS All About Izzy 1M, exhibited by Emma Wagner of Morgantown, Indiana. Third place in that class goes entry number 36, Pacey Miller of Sherv, Ohio. And fourth place goes entry number 34, CMSC Why Not Holly's Myra, exhibited by Cecilia Merzura from Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes entry number 33, exhibited by Kyra Sutherland of Lakeview, Ohio. And sixth place goes to entry number 39, exhibited by Barnett Evans of Dover, Ohio. We're now ready to select your Division I champion junior heifer calf over in your Maine-Anjou show.
Well, really pleased with what I have out here. The young man's heifer that won that first class, and it was a little bit of a close pair for me. Heifer's really good in her foot. He's really good in her flexibility. I love the balance and eye appeal in this female. I like the way she handles her spine. She's square-hipped. Maybe like to soften her up compared to some around her out here in the center portion of her rib, but that's a high-quality female with a bright future. Kind of the heavy constructed, bold sprung, stout made kind of a female wins that second class, and I thought did so fairly handedly. Heifer, you can't deny the amount of power this female has. She's really, for having that much power and body and bone, really attractive up through that front 1/3. maybe gets a little coarse in her shoulder for me, and that's kind of comes hand in hand with having that much bone and work and heavy constructed. Kind of the same song and dance here with the young ladies turning this heifer, the white-bellied heifer that wins the third class. Heifer's really stout made, bold sprung, got some bone, some foot, and some flexibility. Like to maybe ease her down in her spine ever so slightly, pick her up in her pin set, but a heifer that's got a ton of rib shape, ton of power, really a nice female. Young man's heifer that won that fourth class, pair of heifers in that class, really a close pair. Heifer is just awesome from the profile. I love the way this one's neck comes high on the top side of her blades. She's awesome in the center portion of her body. She's good in her footwork. She's got tons of flexibility. Really high eye appeal on that one. There's just a lot of good things about her. You get right in behind her. There's enough shape and enough turn to that rib cage. There's enough pin width. With that being said, I'm going to keep them two in that last class together to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And your Maine-Anjou Division I champion junior heifer calf comes out of Class 4 and goes to entry number 32, a Kena GTC TSSC Monica 4501, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And your Division I reserve champion heifer goes to entry number 37, JS All About Izzy 1M, exhibited by Emma Wagler of Morgantown, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 5 Maine-Anjou Fall Heifer Calves. This heifer's date of birth is November 21st of 2023. And your Division I bred known champion over in your Maine-Anjou show goes to entry number 31, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Congratulations to that bred known exhibitor.
Well, we didn't have a lot of numbers here in our Key Angus show, but you get the division winners out here and a few of these reserves. I think the quality is really, really good. I'm not going to go back and talk every one of them, but for me it comes down to 3 of them, and I'll talk about them real quick and tell you what I'm thinking and go out and show you the 2 I like the best. For me, it comes down to this heifer calf out of the 2nd division. I think a heifer with a really bright future and a ton of quality in her. Man, she gives you a striking look here from the side. You talk about one that neck shoots high on the top side of her shoulder, one that's got some extra bone and foot size and some added skeletal width as you step in front of her. She's bold and opened up through her chest floor and her rib cage. I like them things about her. As we talked about in class, you step right in behind her. I wish she was a little stouter and squarer from hock to ground, but I do like to see them a little narrower at this stage track and then getting too wide. I think that heifer's got a bright future and just a ton of quality, really striking look. I just love the shape of her skull, and I think that heifer reads with a ton of future and a ton of breeding value. And like I said, she's just got a lot of quality, and I think that heifer is really, really good. The next one comes out of this fall division. As I told you, she's maybe not my kind. As I step in behind her, I'd sure like to widen her pins up and stouten her up ever so slightly, but I am the first to admit that heifer is so high quality. It's hard to build a skeleton that perfect in terms of her angles. Man, she is so laid back in terms of her shoulder. She's got so much comfort and cushion to her knee. I just love watching this heifer walk around the ring. She gets out and goes and hits her tracks so beautiful. She's so ladylike in terms of the shape of her head and her neck and her shoulder. So tucked up in terms of her chest floor, and then she opens up into a big, expansive, feminine and ladylike rib cage. She just looks like a female. And like I said, you can mate her with so many bulls that she'll match up with so nice. And she's just dialed in today. She's got a beautiful hair coat, and they got her presented perfect. Just looks like she came out to show on the green chips. And I think that heifer is very, very high quality and dialed in perfect. One that's definitely a contender as well. And then the heifer behind her came out of a very, very tough division. As we talked about, we tweak her structure ever so slightly. There's no doubt you step off the side and you can see it in terms of her angles. You just wish you could lay her back ever so slightly. The angle of her shoulder and her knee, give her a little bit more set to her hock. But man, you got to appreciate some things about her. She is in this drive the one that's the big, powerful one in terms of having some width to her skeleton, being the most opened up when you step in behind her. She's really big and bold down her top, and she's tremendously wide when you step in behind her. And with that extra width and substance, she still is adequate in terms of her structure. But like I said, of the three that we've talked about, that's the one you'd probably like to loosen up the most off of both ends of the skeleton. But let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause because it's been very high quality. We haven't had a lot of numbers, but it's been very, very good. I'll go show you the two I like the best.
Well, over here on the Maine side, we have a single entry November female, some quality about her. Heifer's adequate in her foot size, adequate in her bone shape. She's got some muscle when you get right in behind her and some pin width. Maybe like to soften her up in the center portion of her rib cage ever so slightly, but a heifer that's got some doability and some good things about her. Like to maybe just pull her knee back up underneath her, let her go with a little more comfort right off her front too, but a high quality female I'd like to see back out here.
And over in your Key Angus show, your grand champion Key Angus heifer goes to entry at number 177. Hig Kelly 308L, exhibited by Pate Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Key Angus heifer goes to entry at number 171. EGY Mandy's Encore 22M, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And please note, entry number 171 will be your grand champion bred known as well.
Another single entry on the Maine side. Heifer, it's really big footed. She's big boned. She's really flexible. I love the way she handles her spine when you put her in motion. She gets a little tighter in her center portion of her rib for me. I'd like to soften her up in her undercarriage, maybe lengthen her out in that neck ever so slightly. Heifer maybe just pushing a little extra condition up through that crest of that neck and down through that chest. But a heifer, it's really sound moving, long strided, good kind of a female. Congratulations.
And over in your Maine-Anjou female show, first place in Class 5 and Automatic Division II champion fall heifer calf goes to entry number 40. CFCC Becky 185L, exhibited by Chase Molnex of Gretna, Virginia. Congratulations. And placings in Class 6 and Automatic Division III champion goes to entry number 50. JST Millie 502L, exhibited by Brenly Arnich of Sheridan, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 7 Maine-Anjou heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from March 11th through April 14th. excuse me, April 11th through March 14th of 2023. Again, now entering the ring is Class 7 Maine-Anjou heifers. And over in your Key Angus show, your reserve champion bred known goes to entry number 169, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Flint City, Ohio. Congratulations to those Key Angus exhibitors for a successful show here at the North American. Again, we will be taking some pictures, and then we'll be moving on to your Kia show here in Broadbent Arena. If you have lost your car keys here in Broadbent Arena, we do have them up at the announcer's table. Again, if you've lost your car key, it is up here at the announcer's table. Again, now entering the ring over in your Maine-Anjou female show is Class 7. These heifers' date of birth range from April 11th through March 14th.
Nice class of females over here on the Maine side. Heifer's a little bit different types and kinds in all four of these females. I guess I'm going to use the combination female just in terms of body and mass and structure. Heifer's maybe not the most attractive one in the bottom of that chest as I've seen all day, but there's a lot of good in this female. She's big-bodied. You got plenty of shape when you get right in behind her. She's adequate in her bone work. She's long-strided. She's sound-moving. Really attractive up in the top side of that neck. Just a high-quality heifer to start off with. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's a little bit different type and kind. She's probably a little heavier bone and heavier constructed down low. She's big up high. She gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape and her quarter down through her stifle, a little flatter in her rib shape. Like to soften her up in the center portion of her body. Maybe let her be a little more ladylike up through that front 1/3. She gets a little coarse in that crest of that neck and in through that shoulder. The young lady's heifer that comes in third here is kind of just a complete different type and kind than the one in front of her. She's really flat in the top of her shoulder, flat in her shoulder blades. She's flat in her neck. With that being said, she gives up too much bone and maybe gets a little refined in her bone work, gets a little flatter when you get right in behind her and her pin set down in through her quarter and stifle. But a heifer you can't deny, her neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She's really good in the center portion of her rib cage. A lot of good in that female. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, just a little restricted on both ends of her skeleton compared to those in front of her. Just like to soften her up, give her a little more eye appeal to run any higher today. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 7 in your Maine-Anjou female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 52, BBR Luscious 371L, exhibited by Ashlyn Mull of Lexington, Illinois. And second place in that class goes inch number 58, MWBC Sweet Daisy 321L, exhibited by Madeline Armstrong of Burgersville, Indiana. And third place in that class goes inch number 57, MCCF Lucille, exhibited by Abby Dietrich of Wilshire, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes inch number 54, GJL Miss Culver, exhibited by Haley Kunz of Onsgood, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 8 Maine-Anjou females. These heifers' date of birth range from February 24th through January 12th of 2023. Again, now entering the ring is Class 8 Maine-Anjou junior yearling heifers. We're now ready for your Class 1 Keeney females to be making their way into the ring. Again, we are ready for Class 1 Keeney females. We're starting out here with summer heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from May 30th through May 2nd of 2024. Again, now entering the ring is Class 1 Keeney females.
If this is any indication of how good the key show is going to be, it'll be very, very good this morning. Boy, there's some give and take, and I wouldn't argue if you want to flip these two. I think it's very, very close, and both of these young showmen are doing a very, very good job. I just like at the ground, I like this young lady's solid black heifer just a little better. We took an extra loop there. I think this heifer's just a little more comfortable in terms of the way she sets her pasterns down. I think she's got a little more back slope to her knee. She's a little more comfortable the way she reaches out of her hock and her rear pastern. And I think she's a little more comfortable the way she reaches out of her hip and her hock. Heifer that if we're going to change her, I wish she was a little more feminine in the shape of her poll. I'd like to lay her back in terms of her shoulder ever so slightly. But man, that's a big-bodied female that looks very cowy in terms of her appearance. And like I said, so comfortable in her skeleton. I think she's got a really bright future. The chromed up heifer is just beautiful in terms of the shape of her head. I like how stunning she is through the front 1/3 of her body. Through the front 1/3 of her skeleton there. But like I talked about, she's not quite as fluid in terms of both ends of her skeleton. She's not as soft in terms of her center rib as the one that beats her, but still a very, very high quality female, a very nice top pair. Taking nothing away from this heifer in third, she just ran into a really tough top pair because this is a very high quality female in her own right. Very nice in terms of the sweep of her center rib, very feminine there about her head, neck, and shoulder. She just doesn't quite have as much foot and bone as them two that beat her, and maybe not quite as nice to her throat latch as them two, but still a very high quality female with a bright future. There's no doubt this heifer in fourth is a big-footed, big bone female. I like them things about her, but one that we just need to soften her up in terms of her center rib, maybe make her a little deeper back there in her flank to compete any higher in this class, but really a nice female. We talked about really big-footed and big bone. You like them things about her. Heifer that comes next, really big and bold in terms of her rib cage. I like them things about her. Just need to stouten her up in terms of her bone work and foot size, maybe stouten her up in her jaw to get any higher in this class. Then we round out with really a nice heavy muscled female. I like them things about her. Just need to tie everything together a little neater to move her up in this class. Congratulations, really a nice pair on the top end of this class.
Well, it heated up over here on the Maine-Anjou side. Four tremendous females in this class, and it's give and take. And there's going to be other opinions, and I've got a ton of friends ringside I can see showed up to see this one. But, you know, it's all in personal preference. It's all, you know, it's my opinion today, and it could change tomorrow. But this one I started off with, boy, to me, she hit me hard when she walked in the class. So sound, good-footed, flexible, awesome balance, awesome body. Love her spine, love her pin width. So square hooks to pins. Really attractive, high-quality female to start off with. Not taking anything away. It's give and take. To me, this one here, she gets a little opened up in your chest floor for me when she's coming to you. I love the center portion of this one's rib. I love the shape when you get right in behind her. She's good-footed, she's flexible, really attractive on the top side of that neck. Just wish I could close her up when she comes to you. She gets a little wide when she's walking to you. There's a lot of good in that female. Not taking anything away from this one that comes in third. This one that comes in third, I read her today just being a little bit, wants to run downhill ever so slightly. She wants to kind of roll off her front two coming to you. Same song and dance about the one in front of her. She's really attractive. Neck comes high out of her shoulder. Plenty of shape, plenty of flex. Just like to change the way she comes to you off her front two. Maybe just like to make her a little smoother and fuller there in her forerib down and through her heart. Young man's white-socked heifer. Tremendous eye appeal, tremendous balance. Love the bone, love the flexibility. Wants to get a little opened up going away from you on her rear two. Wants to get a little opened up on that left hock. She gets a little bow to it. Can't deny the power, the presence of that female. Highly presented, high-quality female. Not taking anything away from this one that comes in fifth. This is a tremendous heifer. Just ran into four tremendous ones in front of her. Heifer's really attractive. She's smooth made. She's sound going. Doesn't have maybe quite the bells and whistles, the bone, the circumference of bone, the mass, the body, and the attractiveness of the other ones do, but that's a high quality female. Slick-haired heifer that comes in next. Kind of what you see is what you get. Big bodied, good in her spine, really attractive. Heifer gets a little short when she comes to you on both ends of her skeleton, gets a little long and coarse in her teat design compared to those in front of her. Young man's heifer that runs out the class. A heifer is just a little bit restricted in her movement on both ends of her skeleton, gets a little up in her spine, maybe a little tighter in her cylinder for me. She gets a little crusty. I just like to tidy her up in her overall makeup to run any higher. Really nice class of female, tremendous 4 females on the top side of that class. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 8 over in your Maine-Anjou show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 63, BKMT Lucky Stars 318L, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. And second place in that class goes to entry number 68, TJSC Miss Harmony 9L, exhibited by Michaela Jensen of Hemppen, Illinois. And third place in that class goes to entry number 65, Penelope ET, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 67, LLL Lux 101L, exhibited by Brett Primbrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 64, exhibited by Reed Schumacher of Columbus Grove, Ohio. And sixth place in Class 8 goes to entry number 62, exhibited by Julian Brown of Louisville, Ohio. And seventh place in that class goes entry number 66, exhibited by Holden Downing of DeGraff, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be selecting your Division 4 champion female.
Not a lot of numbers in this division, but like I just got done saying, the quality sure turned up. The young lady's heifer that won that first class and did so fairly handedly for me. Just adequate in her bone and her foot size. She's flexible. I love the way she gets out and travels. She wants to be a little bit flatter in terms of her overall punch when you get right in behind her, maybe them compared to them behind her, but a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of eye appeal, balance, and body, high-quality heifer that won that class. The young lady that just won that class and did so, I feel like this one here, she's a little bit more of a moderate frame package, and compared to those two that were behind her in that class. But boy, this one's awfully good. She's big bone, she's sound, she's flexible. She's got tremendous amount of rib shape. I love her hip design. I love her spine when you put her in motion. Really attractive, high quality female. That being said, I'm going to keep them two in that last class together. Congratulations.
Really a nice class here at Kiania Heifer Calves. There's no doubt this blaze face female needs to win this class and does so really easy. This young lady gets her parked or gets her in motion, man, she's very high quality. It starts at the ground, just a big-footed female that's flexible off of both ends, very ladylike about her head and neck. She blends smooth into her shoulder and opens up into a big rib cage. Very nice out her hip and her tail head. I think a heifer with just a ton of future. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her pulled together here. She'll be a fun one to get back out here. Young man with the socked female, maybe not quite as highly presented, but man, I think from a skeleton standpoint and balance, I think she needs to be here in second. Heifer that gets out and goes very good off of both ends of her skeleton. She's long and extended from her shoulder forward, really good in terms of the outward shape of her rib cage. I think this heifer's just got a bright future. Young man does an awesome job with her. I think just a nice place to go second. I think there's some give and take in 3 and 4. I just like the skeletal quality here in 3. I think a heifer that's more flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. If we're going to change her and compete with them two in front of her, she just needs to be softened up and more opened up in terms of her rib cage. If we could soften her up there in her forerib, make her a little deeper back there in her flank, and I think she could move up in this class, but she just needs a little more time and maturity there. Really a nice prospect for that young man. There's no no doubt on the standstill, this young lady's got a nice heifer here in 4. She gets her pulled together. She's really highly presented. I appreciate them things about her. Just to tweak her a little bit, to move her up any higher in this class, I'd like to relax her in her knee, give her a little more angle to her shoulder, make her a little more comfortable off of both ends of her skeleton. Then we round out the class with a heifer that's really striking through the front 1/3. Just need to give her a little more bone work and blend everything together a little nicely. Congratulations, really a nice blaze face female to start that class.
Single entry over here on the main side. Heifer's got some rib shape and some muscle shape when you get right in behind her. Heifer's got some attractiveness up through that front 1/3. Heifer just maybe not as good in her foot design and maybe her bone work as I've seen. She wants to get just a little opened up coming to you in the bottom of that chest, but a heifer that's got some quality, I'd sure like to see her back out here. Congratulations.
And catching you up over in your Maine-Anjou show, your Division 4 champion goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. And your reserve division goes to entry number 68, exhibited by Michaela Jensen of Hempin, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 9 and automatic division champion goes to entry number 69, THUNLLEM Miss Tinsel, exhibited by Luke Lewaski of Mervyn, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready to select your grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer here at the North American. And placings over in Class 1 of your Kenia followed. First place and automatic division champion goes to entry number 7, JSUL Houday 4248, exhibited by Bryson Primbrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place in Class 1 and automatic reserve division champion goes to entry number 3, JWC Bubbles 444M, exhibited by Clara Brimmer of Blacksburg, Iowa. And third place in Class 1 goes to entry number 4, TSSC BT Houdat Jazzy, exhibited by Brayley Sherman of Howe, Indiana. And fourth place in Class 1 goes to entry number 5, FAC Stylish Lady, exhibited by Gavin and Celso Ramson of Bowswell, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 2, exhibited by Gwyneth Souder of Georgetown, Ohio. And sixth place goes to entry number 1, exhibited by Alyssa Eddy of Pattonsville, Texas. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 4 of your Kenia female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 6, BRKR Harley, 83M, exhibited by Laramie Barker of Kendallville, Indiana. And second place in Class 4 goes to entry number 8, BEKS Miss Susie, exhibited by Easton Sherman of Howe, Indiana. And third place in Class 4 goes to entry number 9, GGR Hope Girl, exhibited by Wyatt Howe of Welcome, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 10, HDA Holeback Girl, exhibited by Delaney Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And fifth place goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Emma Hyatt of Clay City, Indiana. Now entering the ring is Class 5 Kenia females with date of births ranging from April 12th through April 5th, 2024.
Well, really happy with what I have out here on the main side. The young lady's brockle-headed heifer here, like I said in division, boy, that one here, he's got a bright, bright future. She's really eccentric up through that front 1/3. She's big bone. She's adequate footed. She's flexible. Got tons of body, tons of balance and eye appeal. High quality female. Not taking a lot away from that reserve behind her. Heifer, I'd just like to pull her tail head back down on her in her hip set there. But a heifer, she too, big bone, flexible, big bodied. Got a lot of attractiveness. 2 high-quality heifers win that calf division. Young man single entry in that fall. Heifer, it's got some rib shape. She's got some muscle shape. She's good bone. She's good off her front or rear too. She gets a little opened up, maybe a little straighter from the point of her shoulder to the surface for me on her rear two or front two. But a heifer that's got some neat pieces, high profile and kind of female. Another single entry in that summer-born division here. Heifer's really, really flexible on both ends of her skeleton. Maybe not quite as attractive up through that front 1/3. Maybe don't have the center rib shape as some on either end of her, but you can't deny the foot size, the flexibility about this female. I think it'll make that young lady a tremendous cow down the road. Then we get to the two buzzsaws here that win that next division, you know, and I've talked these heifers enough. Just two very, very high quality females. Just can't say enough good things about them. It's hard to get them to this point and have them presented that high quality. Just two tremendous females. Young lady or young man's heifer that wins that first or that last class here, or last division, like I just got done talking. The heifer's really good in her spine. She's good in the center portion of her body. She's got plenty of shape when you get right in behind her. Maybe doesn't have the foot size and the bone circumference and the bells and whistles that some in front of her have, but a heifer that's going to go out and make a tremendous cow. I'm going to take another look. Let's get these Maine-Anjou exhibitors a big round of applause. I'm going to get you a champion of reserve.
And your grand champion Maine-Anjou heifer here at the North American goes to entry number 63, BKMT Lucky Stars 318L, exhibited by Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou female comes out of the same class and goes to entry number 68, TJSC Miss Harmony 9L, exhibited by Michaela Jensen of Hempin, Illinois. Congratulations to those Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Another really nice class winner, an easy class winner in this class. Man, this heifer's chock full of power from end to end. Really a stout female, and it starts at the ground. Step in behind this heifer, and she's overwhelming in terms of her pin width and shape down her back, but still gives you a really striking look here from the side. I think she's more than adequate in terms of her skeleton when you set her in the motion. She's maybe a little terminal in terms of her build and her kind for a breeding female, but I think that heifer's got a ton of quality, very highly presented. Congratulations to that young lady. I think it gets really close in terms of second and third. I think this heifer in second's a lot highly presented. A heifer that's very feminine, the way her neck ties really high out of her shoulder, dead level down her top, from the top of her shoulder back to her tail head. I think a heifer, for me, I'd like to lay her back in terms of the angles of her skeleton ever so slightly, maybe stouten her up in her bone work, but I do think that heifer is very elegant, very feminine, very ladylike, and I think just a nice place to land in second. I'd sure invite this young man to take a little more hair off this female because I think she'd be a little more competitive. I like some things about this female. I think she's a big-footed, big-bone female, really opened up in terms of her rib cage. I think she gets out and goes adequate enough. One that I think we could lay back a little bit in terms of her shoulder. I like some things about her. She's really level-hipped. I think she's really attractive the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. But a heifer that if we're going to compete with them two in front of her, like I talked about, lay her back in terms of her shoulder a little bit, maybe fill her in there in her forerib, but still a nice female. Young lady brings us really a nice smoky female here next, one that's really bold and opened up in terms of her rib cage, really stout when you step in behind her, just to compete with them ones in front of her. Just needs to get out and go a little better, maybe extend her up there through her front 1/3, little nicer, but still really a powerful female. You got to appreciate them things about her. Then we get into a couple females. They just get a little rounder in terms of their hip, maybe not quite as attractive up there through their front 1/3. Tuck them up in their chest floor a little bit, maybe soften them up in terms of their rib cage to compete with them ones in front of them. But congratulations, really another nice class winner in this class.
And placings in Class 5 over in your Kenia show are as followed. First place goes entry number 15, JSUL Houdat, 4347M, exhibited by Micah Malone of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And second place in that class goes entry number 19, BDCC AGRF Magnolia, exhibited by Emily Kramer of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. And third place in Class 5 goes entry number 14, JSUL Houday 4306, exhibited by Tanner Weinel of Butler, Kentucky. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 21, MS Ace 45M, exhibited by Adeline Pullman of Delphros, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes entry number 12, exhibited by Montana Boatwright from Franklin, North Carolina. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 17, exhibited by Quinn Marker of Richmond, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 6 over in your Kenia female show. These females' date of birth range from March 28th through March 19th of 2024. And your Bred-Known champion female in your Maine-Anjou show goes entry number 31, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. Congratulations to those Maine-Anjou exhibitors.
Man, these are two high-quality females. This is 4, 5, 6, 7 deep here. All these heifers in this class are really deep. I'll be the first to admit I don't like the shape of the head shape of my class winner, but from there back, I love this heifer. And I think her distinct advantage in this class is how long and perfect she is from hooks to pins. And man, I just love everything else about this heifer. She's so perfect in the angles of her skeleton. She's big-footed, she's big bone, but she's flat in terms of her joints. She's got a big opened up rib cage in her. She's wide-based, and I think she's very impressive in terms of her muscle pattern, but yet she does it smooth and ladylike. Yeah, she's got some shoulder, but with all that extra width and mass they're going to have a little, she does it in a nice pattern. Like I talked about, I'd like to change the shape of her head. I wish she didn't have that little waddle under her chin, but man, that's getting picky on an awesome female, because I think she's got so many good things about her. You said her emotion, I think she's more than adequate. Really a really nice female. There's no doubt this heifer in second is my kind. The way her head is shaped, she's so feminine and attractive. I like the way her neck ties high out of her shoulder. Another one that's more than adequate in terms of her skeleton. She's awesome in terms of her rib cage. I just think for me, both in motion and standing still, she wants to get a little shorter and rounder in terms of her hip, and I think that's what beats her in this class. She's not quite as nice and long and square as hipped as our class winner, but that's getting very picky on a very nice high quality female. Very nice pair heifers on top in this class. This heifer in third's very high quality, one that's really extra flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. One that you talk about's probably got some extra set and flex in terms of her hock and her rear foot here. One that's extra flexible in terms of her shoulder and knee as well. I think a heifer for me just gets a little shorter and quicker in her kind. Maybe if we're going to compete with them two in front of her, maybe step in behind her and give her a little more pin width. You said her emotion, she gets a little weaker in her loin, wants to pooch up in her tail head. But man, that's getting picky on a heifer that's so flexible and big bodied. I like her kind. I think she's going to make an awesome cow for that female, for that young lady. Just the right kind of a female that's so flexible and cowy in her kind. Just runs into a very tough pair in this class. Heifer that's got a bright future in front of her. This black and white chromed up female gives you an absolute striking look from their side. Boy, there's times that she ties her neck so high out of the top side of her shoulder, you want to gravitate towards her. Another one that's big and opened up in terms of her rib cage. There's just some concerns in terms of her skeleton. There's some times she wants to plant her hock just a nickel straighter, wants to get a little forward in her knee. I'd like to clean her underline up ever so slightly, but another heifer that's got a ton of quality, just runs into a very, very competitive class. Young lady with the pink shirt here, heifer that's another one that's got a ton of quality. Heifer that comes to us just a little greener than some, one that's very long-bodied and striking there through her front 1/3. I like how level she is down her top, really squared from hooks to pins. I think another one that's very good in terms of her skeleton, just to compete with them ones in front of her. She needs some more time to fill in there in the center of her rib cage, maybe soften her up there back in her flank, but that heifer's got a ton of future. We run into a close pair here on bottom. I just thought this black heifer had a little more foot size and bone work. Heifer that's very neat in terms of her head shape, very tidy through her chest, floor, and her neck. Just needs to soften up there in her forerib and her flank a little bit to move up in the class. And then the cherry red heifer that rounds out the class, she maybe is a little softer in terms of her rib cage. I just thought when you step in behind her, we'd widen her up in terms of her pin set a little bit, maybe stouten her up when you get in behind her to move her up any higher. Very competitive class. Congratulations to all them exhibitors.
And placings in Class 6 over in your Kia female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 26, TSSC Hill New Player, exhibited by Riker Mock of Galveston, Indiana. And second place in Class 6 goes to entry number 30, KSC Hot Tamale, exhibited by Olivia Grier of Zanesville, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 27, JSUL Houdat 4246, exhibited by Rylan Vaughn of Lewisburg, West Virginia. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 29, Who That Revolution Girl, exhibited by Cooper Hendrick of Fairmont, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 31, exhibited by Macy Hogue of Illinois City, Illinois. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 503, exhibited by Riley Bowman of Hamilton, Ohio. And seventh place goes to entry number 28, exhibited by Emily Sherman of LaGrange, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 7 Kenia females. These heifers' date of birth range from March 15th through March 1st of 2024. Again, entering the ring now is Class 7 Kenia females.
Nice class of heifers to start off this Maine Angus show. Class of Mays here. Young ladies heifer I started off in the red shirt. A heifer, to me, just the combination female of the bunch here. Heifer's really attractive from the side. She's good in the center portion of her rib. She's bold sprung. She's got some pin width and dimension when you get right in behind her. Maybe not the biggest bone, biggest footed one out here, but she handles them right well. She's comfortable when you ask her to go. I think there's a bright future to that female. A little bit bigger boned, heavier constructed kind of a female that comes in second here. Heifer's maybe a little wider in terms of, up there through her shoulder. She gets a little crestier and plainer in her neck compared to that one that in front of her. But a heifer, I love the foot size, I love the bone, I love the flexibility about this female. Just like to soften her up, maybe just make her a little more youthful looking up through that front 1/3. Young man's heifer that comes in third here, moderate frame, kind of a soggier made kind of a female. She gets a little more restricted on both ends of her skeleton. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly. I'd like to pick her up in her shoulder blades. She gets a little plainer up through the bottom of that chest, neck, and head. But a heifer, I love the center portion of this one's rib. I like the muscle shape this female has. Nice female. The young lady's heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little disappointing in terms of bone work and foot size. She utilizes them. She's long strided. I just like to put her on a little heavier construction there. She gets a little frail and refined for me. A heifer that's got some balance and some eye appeal. She's good in her spine. She's good in her heart and forerib. Heifer, I just like to change the way she kind of gets out and goes off her rear too, just stouting her up from the surface up. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 10 over in your Maine Angus female show are as follows. First place goes entry number 505, MCCF Miss Magnolia Burge, exhibited by Lindsay Cavigan of Memphis, Michigan. And second place goes entry number 190, GVA Lady Meyer M501, exhibited by Cecilia Marina of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Third place goes entry number 191. And fourth place goes to entry number 189. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 11 Maine Angus females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 25th through April 1st of 2024. Would like to take this time to introduce your Maine-Anjou Junior Board of Directors helping us out in the ring this morning. We have Kendall Linhart from Indiana, John Haven Stalvey from Georgia, and Maylee Dean of Georgia. If you could join me in giving them a round of applause for all their work in the ring with us today. We also have with us Jaylene Wolfinger from Nebraska as your Maine-Anjou Queen, and as well as Anna Altman of Minnesota as your Maine-Anjou Princess. If you could join us in giving those folks a big round of applause.
Nice trio of females over here on the Maine Angus side. Heifer I started off with kind of hit me pretty hard when she walked in. A heifer is really good at the ground. Love her foot size. Love the flexibility about this female. She's good in the center portion of her body. Her neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She handles her spine right. She's square hooks to pins. Like to maybe pull her tail head down in her, maybe clean her up in her underline ever so slightly, but a high quality heifer to start off with. Young man's highly presented female that comes in second here. Heifer's bold sprung, stout made, very attractive for as much stuff as she's got to her. Her shoulder lays into her correctly. She wants to just duck her pins and get up underneath her when you put her in motion. Like her foot size, like her bone, just like to square her up when she goes to the surface off her rear too. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little plainer in terms of her overall makeup, like to change her in her spine. Do appreciate the bone and the flexibility about this female. She's got some rib shape to her. Just like to just let her go with a little more ease and comfort in that spine when you get her in motion. She wants to kind of jack her tail head up, pulls her loin down, but a nice female to round out the class.
And placings in Class 11 over in your Maine Angus female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 193, Campico Queen at 2401M, exhibited by Whitley Amerling of South Savannah, Ohio. And second place in that class goes inch number 192, exhibited by Max Eaton of Mount Carroll, Illinois. And third place in that class goes entry number 195, exhibited by Kennedy Sherman of Howe, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 12 Maine Angus heifers.
Females over here on the Maine Angus side. Heifer kind of comes to the top fairly handily for me. Just a tremendous amount of rib shape and balance and eye appeal in this female. She's flexible, she's youthful, just a lot of good in that female to start the class off with. The young lady's heifer that comes in second here, a long spine, big bodied kind of a female, gets a little straighter from the point of her shoulder to the surface, gets a little restricted on both ends of her skeleton for me to run any higher. Heifer, I just like to relax her in her spine when you get her in motion. Young lady that rounds out the class just probably runs out of mass and product compared to those in front of her. She too, I'd just like to relax in her spine, let her get out and go on both ends of her skeleton with a little more comfort. Nice trio of females. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 12 in your Maine Angus female show goes to entry number 197, GFSS Sandy 8ET, exhibited by Caitlin Holkeman of Columbia City, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 200, Ben Jojo, exhibited by Allison Benedict of Marion, Ohio. And third place goes to entry number 196, KC Willow, exhibited by Kinley Klein of Ripley, Ohio. And please note, entry number 201 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 13 Maine Angus heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from February 24th through January 3rd of 2024. I'd also like to take this time to introduce our photographers for this 2024 North America Lindy's Livestock Photos. They will be here all week over in the ring over to the front of it by the announcer's table. And you can purchase your backdrops at lindysPhotos.com. And don't forget to check that out. Again, they'll be with us all week, and we do appreciate Lindy's Livestock Photos for being with us this week.
If this class doesn't get your blood pumping, then you probably shouldn't be showing cattle. Man, these cattle are good, but there's no doubt this heifer needs to win this class, or you and I got a difference of opinion. There ain't much wrong with this one, and this one's got a lot of extras. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's flat-jointed, she's huge ribs, she's attractive in her head and neck, she's awesome in her shoulders, she's big-ribbed, she's awesome down her back, she's stepping behind her, she's very, very impressive. I don't know, maybe you want to say she steps a little bit outside, puts a little bit of extra weight on the outside of her hoof, all going away, but it's getting very picky on a high quality one. She's ready to go today. Very, very high quality heifer to win this class. There's no doubt this heifer is a little green here in second, but man, I keep coming back to her, and I think she has got a ton of future in her. Ultra ladylike through her front 1/3. Big-footed, big-boned, ultra-flexible off of both ends. I know she's a little green, maybe a little pinch there right behind her shoulder, but I think that heifer's got a world of future in her. For how green she is very opened up in terms of her rib cage, got a tremendous amount of pin width, and I think that heifer's going to do nothing but get better. There's no doubt this heifer in third's more ready to go today, and I do appreciate a lot of things about her, and I hate to put her in third because she's also another one that's also ultra flexible off of both ends of her skeleton. But I think you get down and break them down and study them heifer for heifer. I think this heifer reads a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern. She's got a little more chest compared to the two heifers in front of her, and I just don't know how much future she has. But man, that's a stunning female. The young lady gets her pulled together. There's hard to pick on this female. Another one that's awesome in terms of her skeleton. Really good looking, big bodied, awesome from hooks to pins. Another one that's got a ton of future. Man, that's a trio of females that anybody would love to take home. I congratulate all three of them exhibitors on three very, very high quality females. This young lady here in fourth would have been very competitive in a lot of classes today. Another one that's very, very high quality, really stunning here from the side. Tons of arrogance and presence. You like that about her. Big and bold in terms of her rib cage. Another one that's stout featured. You like that about her. Just to compete with them ones in front of her, she's not quite as flexible off of both ends of her skeleton, but that's getting very picky on another high quality female. This young lady brings us another nice heifer here in fifth. A heifer I don't think is just quite as nice in terms of her underline balance. We'd soften her up there back in her flank and maybe move her up a spot or two. But a heifer that I think is sure high enough quality in terms of her skeleton. You like them things about her, really leveled on her top. Heifer that's got a little more time, I think will do nothing but get better. The curly-haired heifer here that comes next, a heifer that we stouten her up in terms of her bone and footwork. I think she could move up a place or two because you really like her muscle pattern and her rib cage. A heifer that's really feminine through her front 1/3. Just need to stouten her up there at the ground to move her up anymore. Then we round out the class with some heifers that probably got some length of body. You appreciate that about them. Maybe soften them up in terms of the rib cage a little bit, blend them together a little nicer to move them up any higher. But congratulations, a very high quality class of females, very deep. Give them exhibitors a round of applause.
And placings in Class 7 over in your Kenia female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 38, JSUL Who That 4116, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Seaman, Ohio. And second place in that class goes entry number 32, Laney E.T., exhibited by Layla Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. And third place goes entry number 35, TSSC BT Blackberry 4612, exhibited by Addison Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And then fourth place in that class goes to entry at number 41, KNE Queen 31M, exhibited by Jenna Seltzer of Owata, Illinois. Fifth place in that class goes entry number 33, exhibited by Macy Stanley of Chilcote, Ohio. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 39, exhibited by Presley McQueen of Russellville, Ohio. Seventh place goes to entry number 40, and eighth place goes to entry number 34, and ninth place goes to entry number 37. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be ready to select your late junior heifer calf division over in your Kenia female show.
Well, this division's been very, very competitive. Like I said, when that blaze face heifer came in, won her class very, very easy. It'd be fun to look at her again, get some other class winners. Young lady does an awesome job back out here getting her set up. I think a heifer with a ton of future. Maybe as we compare her to some heifers behind her, she's got to have a little more time to stouten up and be more competitive, but stay after her because that's a heifer with a bright future, an awesome skeleton under her, and a big rib cage. Going to do nothing but get better. The heifer behind her, as we talked about, one that's so stout in terms of her future, bold in terms of her body, and you step in behind her, just overwhelming in terms of her power. As we talked about, maybe just a little more terminal in terms of her build, but still handles it very, very well. Then we came into a very tough class. A heifer that we talked about, I wasn't in love with her head shape, but from there back was just awesome. She won that class because she was so perfect and dead level from hooks to pins, very long there as well, and one that's awesome in terms of her skeleton. As we talked about, she's got a little bit of shoulder, but it takes some shoulder to be that stout and powerful from there back. One that I just love, her rib cage and her stoutness, a feature, gets around the ring very, very well. And then the class we just talked about, so competitive. There was a trio on top that I thought was as good as we've seen so far. That heifer that won that class, I think, is very, very hard to fault. Very dialed in today. We're going to keep that pair together. Let's give those young ladies a round of applause for champion and reserve in this division.
And your late junior heifer calf division champion goes entry number 38, JSUL Who Dat 4116M, exhibited by Carly Kennedy of Seaman, Ohio. And your reserve division champion also comes out of Class 7 and goes to entry number 32, Laney E.T., exhibited by Lila Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 10 Kenia females. And these females' date of birth range from February 29th through February 2nd of 2024.
Nice class of females over here on the Maine Angus side. Really a close top pair for me. It's a little give and take. The young lady's heifer I started off with, bold sprung, really eye appealing, got a lot of length of spine. She's big boned, she's big footed, really flexible. At times you catch her on her rear left leg, kind of wanting to hitch there in her pastern. I just think she's getting a little lazy or something, but boy, when you get her in motion, that one's really attractive. Maybe not quite as eccentric up through the top side of that neck and head as that one behind her, but a heifer, it's got a lot of good about her. I think she utilizes from her hip to the surface just a little bit more true than the one behind her. High quality heifer to start with. Not taking much away from this young man's heifer. Really attractive from the side. She's awesome the center portion of her rib. She's good in her spine. She's wide hipped. She's got some back shape to her. Really up-headed, kind of elegant up through that front 1/3. To me, she wants to get a little outside herself ever so slightly when you put her in motion, going away from you. If we could just pull her down in her spine and let her relax on her rear too, that one will give that one in front of her all she wants. A young lady's heifer that comes in third here, maybe just not quite have the bells and whistles that the ones in front of her do. This one here, just to me, she gives up a little rib shape compared to those in front of her. Maybe not as quite as pulled apart as when you get right in behind her. I love her foot size. I love the flexibility about this female. Just like to soften her up from one end to the other. Young man's nice looking, neat made kind of a female that comes in, rounds out the class. Heifer to me, she just gives up that extra length and maybe that doability. She gets a little harder in her cylinder for me and up into her forerib. She is a wild looking thing up and through that head, neck, and shoulder. I just like to soften her up and that center portion of her rib, just give her a little more maternal look. Awful nice quality in that class. Really nice top pair. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 12 over in your Maine Angus female show are as followed. First place in Class 12 goes to entry number 197, GFSS Sandy, exhibited by Caitlin Henmuck of Columbia City, Indiana. And second place in that class goes to entry number 200, and third place in that class goes to 196. And placings in Class 13 over in your Maine Angus female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 204, Campbell Co. Queen 2404, exhibited by Riley E. Lanham of Flora, Indiana. And second place goes to entry number 207, KRE Amori 103M, exhibited by Colton Arnold of New Crumpster, Ohio. And third place in that class goes to entry number 206, Dusty Sugar Tank 75M, exhibited by Addison Trencher of Orleans, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 202, GE IG Valari, exhibited by Carter Brander of Columbia City, Indiana. Now in the ring will be the selection of your Division I champion junior heifer calf.
Really a nice division here, these heifer calves. Young May heifer calf that won that first class, just a heifer in terms of conformation and just the way she gets out and travels, just so youthful and eccentric. Heifer's awesome in the center portion of her rib. She's got a lot of balance and eye appeal. I think there's a bright future to that heifer. I don't think she's the biggest bone, biggest footed, most pulled apart one I've seen out here, but the heifer's got a lot of neat things about her. Young lady's heifer that won that second class, just tremendous at the surface. Awesome foot size, awesome flexibility. I love this one when she gets out and travels. Really attractive up through that front 1/3. She's good in the center portion of her rib. She's not as stout backed and maybe pulled apart when you get right in behind her as the one behind her, but I think she's got enough. I'd like to maybe just change the way her tail head comes up out of her, maybe just smooth her up ever so slightly in her underline. There's a lot of good in that female. I really appreciate that one at the ground and the way she goes. Young lady's heifer that won that third class and did so fairly handedly. Heifer's just stout made, bold sprung. Heifer's got some foot size and some shape. She's flexible. She's got a lot of balance. She wants to push a little extra for me, maybe in the front of her shoulder when you put her in motion, and has a little bit of shoulder, maybe compared to that one in front of her. With that being said, she's a little bit stouter ended, when you get right in behind her, and that's kind of goes hand in hand. There's a lot of good in that female. Young ladies female that won that last class, and like I said in class, she kind of wants to crop that leg, that rear left leg up. Heifer's got a tremendous amount of rib shape. She's good in her spine. Maybe not quite as attractive as that one behind her in that class, but I think there's a lot of youthfulness to that one. I love her foot size. I love her bone circumference. I'd like to maybe change what she's doing on her left rear leg. That's a high quality female. I'm going to take another look. Let's get these calf exhibitors, these Maine Angus, a round of applause. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
And your champion junior heifer calf over in your Maine Angus division goes to entry number 197, GFSS Sandy, exhibited by Caitlin Hemlock of Columbia City, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve division junior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 193, Camel Go Queen 2401M, exhibited by Whitley Emmerling of South Vienna, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 14 Maine-Anjou females. Again, now entering the ring is Class 14 Maine Angus females.
I think this class kind of fits together pretty nice. Young man brings us really a high quality one to win. Man, she blends together and balances so nice. Really attractive here from the side. Everything fits together really, really nicely. She's not the most anywhere, but she just blends together so nice, so sound on her feet and legs, so attractive up front. Good in terms of her rib cage, really dead level down her top. She's got plenty of dimension when you step in behind her. Just a nice place to start. A little bigger outline, longer bodied heifer here in second. Maybe just doesn't quite have the dimension when you step in behind her with the foot size of the heifer that wins the class, but still a high quality heifer that just maintains her top a little nicer than the heifer here in third. Just a nice heifer here in second. There's no doubt the Baldy's really striking there up through her front 1/3. I like how high her neck ties out of the top side of her shoulder. I like that about her. A heifer, though, when we set her in motion, I'd like to relax the center of her spine spine a little nicer. But I do like some things about her. I think she's adequate in terms of her skeleton. She uses her hip and hind leg all right. But like I said, if we could relax in her spine ever so slightly to move her up any higher in this class, but still really a high quality female. Young lady in the pink shirt that's coming around next is a heifer that's really big in terms of her foot size and bone work. I appreciate them things about her. Maybe to move her up in this class, I'd like to make her a little more ladylike in terms of the shape of her head and neck. I like some things about her from there back, though. She's really big and bold in terms of her rib cage, really stout when you step in behind her. But like I said, maybe just a little more terminal in terms of the shape of her head. The red brockle heifer that comes next is one that is tremendously heavy muscle. I appreciate that about her. Maybe to make her more competitive, we'd like to square her up a little bit from hooks to pins and stout her up at the ground, move her up any higher. But I do appreciate the extra shape and dimension that she comes to us with. A big framed, long-bodied heifer that comes next, really high, really presented. I appreciate that about her. Just to move her up any higher in this class, I'd sure like to tone her down in terms of her frame size, soften her up in terms of her rib cage. We need to fill her in her forerib and back there in her flank, but I do like the extra length of body that she possesses. But like I said, just tone her down in terms of her frame size, soften her up in her midrib and flank a little bit. Then we round out the class with a couple heifers that just need to be a little leveler in terms of their type and kind, maybe smooth them up in their joint work, move them up any higher in this class. Congratulations, another really highly competitive class, a super high quality heifer on the top of this class.
Single entry over here on the Maine Angus side, an October female, tremendous amount of rib shape, dimension when you get right in behind her. Highly presented kind of a female, maybe not as attractive as the one I've seen all day and up through her front 1/3. The heifer's got some bone, she's got some body. You get right in behind her. I love her spine, the way she handles it down through her quarter and in through her stifle. Maybe like to soften her up ever so slightly at the surface, but an awful high quality female for a single entry. Sure like to see her back out here. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 14 over in your Maine Angus female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 210, BKMT Let's Dance 3022L, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Congratulations. That female will also be your automatic Division II champion. Now entering the ring is Class 15 Maine Angus Summer Yearling Heifer Calves.
Just a single entry here in our January class. But man, this is a high quality one. She could have stood a lot of competition. Much like some other class winners we've had today, just absolutely striking in terms of her presence. And then she's got a lot of ESTs. She's a big-footed, big-bone female that's still flat in terms of her joint work, really attractive in terms of her head shape. And then she blends into a smooth shoulder and opens up into a big, expansive rib cage. Step in behind her, and she's got a tremendous amount of width and shape. Really good in terms of the angles of her skeleton. I think she's adequate when you set her in motion. She'll be a fun one to get back out here. Congratulations, young lady, on a very highly competitive single entry.
And catching you up over in your Kearney, a female show, placings in Class 10 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 43, JSUL Houdat 4437, exhibited by Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. And second place in Class 10 goes to entry number 53, Maine Sultry Special 247, exhibited by Charlotte Dalridge of Seymour, Indiana. And third place in that class goes entry number 51, ACMD Black Widow, exhibited by Lillian Decker of St. John's, Michigan. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Avery Tincher of Orleans, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 46, exhibited by Davey Perfley of Ann Arbor, Michigan. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 50. And seventh place in that class goes entry number 42. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 1200. And please note entry number 44 and 47 were scratches. And first place in Class 11 Kenya females goes to entry number 54, TSSC, Who's Gonna Play 4015, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your early junior heifer calf champion. Again, entering the ring now will be the selection of your early junior heifer calf champion in your Kenya female show.
Well, we didn't have near as many numbers here in this division, but the quality's been really high on the top end. The young man that won the first class, as we talked about, not the most of anything, but just blended together very, very well. Really attractive there up front, but still stout at the ground and blends everything together very, very nicely from their back. And then the young lady with the single entry, just very powerful female, but still very attractive up front and very ladylike, very expansive and explosive in terms of her rib cage, very dimensional when you get behind her. Young lady here in the back will be champion, the young man will be reserve. Congratulations to both of these.
Nice trio of females over here on the Maine Angus side. Young man's heifer I started off with, just the combination female for me in this class. Big bone footed, she's flexible, she's got a lot of youthfulness up through that front 1/3, really fresh in her overall design. Heifer's maybe not the softest in her undercarriage and in through her rear flank as I've seen today, but sure a heifer that's got a lot of neat pieces about her. High quality heifer to start with. Young lady's moderate framed heifer I used for second here. Heifer's got a lot of good in her. She's a little shorter coupled, maybe a little bit more moderate frame. She's big bodied, she's fresh. I like the way she's tidy up through that front 1/3. Not the biggest bone, biggest footed one out here, but she utilizes it right. There's a lot of neat pieces about that female. I think that young lady could breed a lot of different ways off that female. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, a little bit longer bodied and a little larger frame like the heifer that wins the class. To me, she gets a little coarser in through that shoulder, a little drier and harder in that forerib and that center body. Like to maybe give her a little bit more bone to run any higher, but a nice trio of females. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 15 over in your Maine Angus show are as followed. First place in Automatic Division 3 champion goes to entry number 211, Curtin's Hackey 80K, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And second place in that class in Automatic Reserve Division champion goes to entry number 214, PRES Ice Spice, exhibited by Emma Graft of Middletown, Ohio. And third place in Class 15 goes to entry number 212, WSKY Lily, exhibited by Cody Olson of Nawa, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be Class 16 Maine Angus females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 18th through March 17th of 2023. Again, entering the ring now is Class 16 Maine Angus females. And over in your Kenya show, your early junior heifer calf division champion goes to entry number 54, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 43, exhibited by Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 14 Kenya senior heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from December 8th through November 1st of 2023. Again, entering the ring now is Class 14 Kenya females.
Really a nice class of females over here on this Maine Angus side. These two heifers, tremendous amount of quality in them. Young lady's heifer I started off with, to me, just has a lot of presence and eye appeal about her. She's bold sprung, she's stout made, she's big footed, she's flexible. Neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. You know, at times she gets her head pretty far up. She wants to kind of push her chest out in front of her a little bit. That doesn't bother me. I think that one's ideal in her condition. I think there's a lot of good. I love the angles to that one. That one's a high quality heifer to start with. And I guess that's where the difference between these two for me is this one here, she's big bone, she's stout, she's bold sprung, just like the one in front of her. To me, when you get her in motion, she wants to get a little up in her spine. She wants to pull her neck down in between her blades ever so slightly. If you want to get nitpicking, yeah, she's a little bit probably better in the point of her chest or front of her chest compared to the one that beats her. But that one to me just is a little bit more eccentric up through that front 1/3. This heifer here to me, she wants to get a little opened up and wide when you watch her go away from you. There's a lot of quality in them two females. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, she's a long spine, a little bit frailer made, kind of a female, a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape and design. Heifer's really youthful and eccentric up in the top side of that neck. I just like to put her on a little heavier bone, pull her apart from one end to the other to run any higher. Young man's big bone, big footed, flexible kind of female that comes in fourth here. Same way, she's just too flat from the point of her shoulder down through the back of her quarter. I'd like to pull her apart, give her a little more spring of rib, stouten her up from one end to the other. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class just kind of runs out of design and eye appeal and mass compared to them that run in front of her. Like to stouten her up from the ground up, maybe a little more design and eye appeal to run any higher. Nice class of females, really nice top two. Congratulations.
Really a nice class over here to start the next division. Man, I think we got a class winner that wins and wins easy. Man, she blends together everything so nice, and it starts right at the tip of her nose and goes all the way to the end of her tail. So elegant up front, and it ties so smooth into her shoulder, then opens up into a big, expansive rib cage, dead level down her top. She's long and level from hooks to pins. Tailhead sits in there nice, stands on a nice foot, flexible skeleton. You set her in motion. She's really attractive on the move. I think a nice place to start. Young lady's got a beautiful hair coat in on her, and they got her presented very, very nice. Congratulations on a really easy class winner. Taking nothing away from this young man here in second, because he's got a really good one too. I think a heifer that's just maybe not got quite as many ESTs as our class winner, but she's still very attractive, very ladylike up front. I think she's very cowy in our type and kind. That's another one that's really flexible and attractive on the move. I like how comfortable she is in her spine. I think one that's got a lot of breeding yellow for that young man as well. Young man here in third's doing an awesome job showing this female. Here's a little longer bodied, bigger outlined, higher performing female than the heifers that are in front of him, but maybe one that doesn't tie everything together quite as nice. One that's not quite as attractive in her head shape, maybe not quite as tidy through her throat latch and her chest as them two in front of her, but still a very high quality female to go third. Congratulations to that young man. Heifer that's maybe a little more like the two heifers that went first and second here in four, but a heifer that I think just needs to be a little softer in terms of her rib cage, and we'd stouten her up in terms of her foot size and bone work to move her up any higher in this class. But I still like some things about this heifer. Very leveled on her top, very good from hooks to pins. I appreciate that about her. The young lady that comes next does have a big, powerful female. I like them things about her, but to move her up any higher in this class, I'd like to relax her in terms of her skeleton. She needs to be more relaxed in her shoulder and her spine when we set her in motion. Then we round out the class, this red baldy heifer. I thought just had a little more future in terms of her skeleton than the one that goes next. I think a heifer that if we're going to move her up, though, we need to stouten her up in terms of her bone work, maybe soften her up in terms of her flank. Then we round out the class with a big, powerful female. I like them things about her. Just from a longevity standpoint, I think we need to tone her down in terms of her joint work, maybe soften her up in terms of her tail head a little bit. But congratulations, really a nice heifer to win that class.
And placings for Class 14 over in your Kiania female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 59, MRN Miss Burt, exhibited by Isabel Stanfield of Seymour, Indiana. And second place in that class goes entry number 61, SAET Elegant Elena, exhibited by Wesley Alsop of Verona, Kentucky. And third place in that class goes to entry number 60, TSSC Playdate 3912, exhibited by Callan Lerns of Rising Sun, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 504, exhibited by Ryder Smith of Cedartown, Georgia. And fifth place goes entry number 58, exhibited by Laura Landers Franklin of Burnsville, Alabama. And sixth place is an added lot, goes to entry number 1201, exhibited by Grace Jofflin of DeQuincy, Louisiana. And seventh place in Class 14 goes to entry number 57, exhibited by the Sherman family of Howe, Indiana. Again, congratulations.
Well, nice pair of females over here on the Maine Angus side, and it's a little give and take. The young lady's heifer, it's kind of what your preferences are and where your heart lies. You know, to me, this one I use, she's a soft-made heifer. She's short-coupled heifer. She's a little bit bigger bone. She's good-footed. She's flexible. To me, she's just a little more true from the top of her hip down to her hock, down to the surface when you watch her go away. This one is a little pushing too much condition for me. I'd like to lean her up in that front 1/3, tidy her up. But there's a lot of good in that female. Really like that female's shoulders back. Young lady comes in second here. She is a little bit more ideal condition for me. She's a little fresher. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Heifer, to me, she gives up a little bone work. She gets a little long-footed for me. She wants to kind of kick them outside herself when you ask her to go. I'd like to just pull her tail head back and down into her spine ever so slightly, but an awful nice pair of females. Congratulations.
And catching you up over in your Maine Angus female show. Placings in Class 16 are as follows. First place goes entry number 217, MINN Losey Lane, exhibited by Nailingeyer of Robertson, Illinois. And second place in Class 16 goes to entry number 223, ETM Jenna, exhibited by Tatum Lear of Mono, in Indiana. And third place in that class goes entry number 218, BBR Lady, exhibited by Lillian Ogre of Chesapeake, Illinois. And in fourth place goes to entry number 222, exhibited by Jacob Bressner of Graymont, Illinois. And in fifth place in that class goes entry number 225, exhibited by Caitlin Lamar of Salem, Indiana. And placings in Class 17, first place in that class goes to entry number 230, exhibited by Whitney Emerson of South Vienna, Ohio. And second place in that class goes to entry number 229, exhibited by Kenley Sagers of Celia, Ohio. Now in the ring will be the selection of your Maine Angus Division 4 champion.
Not a ton of numbers, but boy, we got some quality out here. Young lady that won that first class, and a kind of a close pair there. Tremendous female. She's awesome in the center portion of her rib. She's good in her spine when you put her in motion. Her neck ties up out of the top side of her shoulder so well. Big bone, big footed, utilizes them correctly. Maybe you want to get nitpicking on her. Yeah, she pushes a nickel a chest forward, but it doesn't bother me. I think she's in the right condition right now. Maybe just to shorten her teats up ever so slightly. That is a very high quality female. Young lady's heifer that won that last class, like I said, shoulders back, I like that one. She's a little bit shorter coupled maybe compared to them in front of her, but she's bold sprung, she's stout made, she's big footed, she's flexible. Where she excelled in that class is just in true structure. You watch her go, she handles her spine a little more true. From her, and from her hip to her hock to the surface, it's square when she gets out and goes. I'd like to lean her up. I'd like to tone her down in her overall condition. That's a high-quality heifer to win that class. I'm going to take another look. I'm going to get you a champion reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Over here on the key side, really a nice trio in this class. All three of these females are very, very competitive. but I think this heifer that wins the class does so really, really easy. She's just the most of everything in the highest quality heifer here. Man, she gets her pulled together. She is very, very striking from the side. Awesome in terms of the angles of her skeleton. Heifer that's got tremendous amount of substance to her, and you step in behind her. You watch her coming at you. She's got some width through her chest floor, really opened up in terms of her rib cage. Where I really like this heifer is how she's dead level down her top and really long and level from hooks to pins. Her tail head lays into her so nicely, really nice in terms of the shape of her head. I think that heifer's got a ton of future, really a nice class winner. There's no doubt this heifer in second's another high quality female. Gives you a nice look here from the side. She just gets a little shorter coupled compared to that heifer in second. Maybe a little shorter neck, little shorter back female, but still a very high quality, sound structured female. It's deep enough in terms of her rib cage, really leveled on her top. And then we round out the class with really a big bone female. I like that about her. Just not quite as soft in terms of her rib cage as them two in front of her, but really a high quality trio in that class. Congratulations to each of them young ladies.
And first place in Class 15 over in your Kenya female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 64, PCC DKBF, Dat Girl, exhibited by Camera Cook of Culvis, California. And second place in that class goes inch number 65, JSUL Hudat 3665, exhibited by Brooke Hayden of Lau, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 67, NLFFF Morgan 1005L, exhibited by Leah Pullman of Delphos, Ohio. Please note entry number 63 was a scratch. Now in the ring is Class 16 Kenya Senior Heifer Calves.
Just a single entry here in this class. But man, this heifer could have stood a lot of competition. She gets her pulled together and really striking from the side. I mean, dead level down her top, awesome in terms of her underline, really explosive and expansive in terms of her center rib. I like them things about her. If we were going to get nitpicky, you set her in motion, standing still, maybe give her a little bit more set and flex to her hock. That's getting picky on a heifer that's sure adequate in terms of her skeleton. She'll be a fun one to get back out here. Congratulations on a really nice single entry.
Single entry here on the Maine Angus side, and a very high quality one at that. Heifer's got a tremendous amount of freshness to her for this stage of the game. Like her foot size, love the angles from her knee to down and her hock down. Really fresh, really neat design, got enough shape when you get in behind her. If you want to get nitpicking, I'd like to see her maybe a little bit farther along in her gestation for me at this stage of the game. But I appreciate there's a lot of quality about that heifer. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 18 and Automatic Division 5 champion over in your Maine Angus show goes to entry number 234, KNJ Mercedes 912K, exhibited by Corey Moser of Larchwood, Iowa. Congratulations to that exhibitor. And now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion Maine Angus heifer here at the North American. Again, entering the ring now will be the selection of your grand champion Maine Angus heifer. And placings in Class 16 over in your Kenya show goes to first place goes entry number 69, ESS Scalia 3126, exhibited by Whitney Emmerling of South Vienna, Ohio. Please note entry number 70 was a scratch. Now in the ring is the selection of your senior heifer calf division champion over in your Kenya female show.
We didn't have a lot of numbers here in our fall division, but the quality's been very, very good. I think it comes down to a couple class winners out of these first two classes. I think there's some give and take, and I'll talk to you and tell you what I'm thinking. This heifer that wins the first class, I think her advantages are in terms of her foot size and bone work, as we talked about. Really a big-footed, big bone female, still flat in terms of her joint work, and gets out and goes very, very good. I think her distinct advantage in this drive, though, both standing still and when you set them in motion, I think her neck ties a little higher, more attractive out of the top side of her shoulder there, and I think I like that a little bit better about her. She maybe isn't quite as long-bodied as the heifer directly behind her, but I do think she's a little bigger-footed, bigger bone female that, like I talked about, it's a little more attractive the way her neck ties out of the shoulder, out of the top side of her shoulder. The heifer directly behind her, I think, is a little longer-bodied female that comes with maybe a little more natural rib shape, gives you a little more cowrier look here from the side. She does come with maybe not quite as big a foot or bone work under her. She's not blessed with as beautiful as hair coat as the heifer in front of her. So I do think there's some give and take between these two females, but I do think they're both very, very high quality. Let's give these exhibitors in this division a round of applause, and I'll go show you the one I like the best, and the other one will be reserved.
And your senior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 59, MRN Miss Burt, exhibited by Isabel Stanfield of Seymour, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 64, PCC DKBF, That Girl, exhibited by Camelia Cook of Clovis, California. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Not a ton of numbers over here in the Maine Angus show, but sure got some quality. The young lady's heifer that won that first division, tremendous at the ground. She gets out and travels. She's sound. She's long-strided kind of a female. She's bold sprung. She's stout made when you get right in behind her. So fresh, so neat up in that front 1/3. Love that one's design. High quality heifer to win that division. Young lady's heifer that won that next division. Heifer's bold sprung, stout made, square hipped, kind of a female. Maybe gets a little plainer through that neck set compared to those on either end of her. Heifer, I love the bone circumference this heifer has. She gets a little restricted maybe for me on both ends of her skeleton down there at the surface. I do think this one here will make this young lady a bright future down the road in terms of a cow. There's a lot of good in that female. Young man's heifer that won that next division. Big bone, flexible, got a lot of freshness about her. I like the design of this female. I'd like to maybe just soften her up in her rear rib cage for me, just drop her down ever so slightly in the center portion of her body. But I love this one's spine. I like the way she gets out and utilizes them big old feet. She's really fresh up through that front 1/3. Really nice female to win that division. Young lady's heifer that won that next division. Just kind of a close pair in that division. Two very, very high quality females. I love the foot size, the bone, the flexibility about this female. Boy, her neck ties up high out of them blades. I love the center portion of this one's body, like her hip design, where her tail head sits down in there. You want to get nitpicking on a really, really high quality one. You maybe could shorten her teats up ever so slightly, but that one's got a lot of good in her. Young man's heifer that won that senior yearling division, like I said just a little bit ago, long-bodied kind of a female. She's got some rib shape. She's got good bone. She's flexible, really fresh up and through that front 1/3 for this stage of the game. Probably like to see her just a little bit farther along in gestation, for being a senior yearling, but an awful high-quality female to represent that division. I'm going to get you another look here, and I'm going to get you a champion reserve. Let's give these Maine Angus breeders a big round of applause. Very high quality.
Just a single entry black and white heifer to start our next division. Man, one that's chock full of muscle and power. You got to appreciate that about her. She comes to us in a moderate package, and you got to appreciate that too. One that if we're going to change her, we'd sure try to tame her down there in her tail head a little bit, maybe free her up off her rear skeleton ever so slightly, but sure appreciate the power she comes to us. Congratulations, young man, on a single entry.
And your grand champion Maine Angus heifer here at the North American goes to entry number 217, MINN Losey Lane, 305L, exhibited by NAILE Geyer of Robertson, Illinois. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion Maine Angus heifer here at the North American goes to entry number 197, GFSS Sandy 8ET, exhibited by Caitlin Hockemeyer of Columbia City, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And we will be taking a picture break, and then we'll be moving on to your MaineTainer female show here at the North American. And first place in Class 19 over in your Kenya female show goes to entry number 71, CAN Miss Lacey, exhibited by Tyler Canday of Rio Grande, Ohio. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Now in the ring is Class 20 Kenya Summer Yearling heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from May 21st through May 6th of 2023. And your champion, bred known Maine Angus female, goes to entry number 234, KNJ Mercedes 912K, exhibited by Corey Mosier of Larchwood, Iowa. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Again, we'll take a picture and we'll be moving on to your MaineTainer show.
Really easy class winner in this class. Man, they got this heifer dialed in. Beautiful hair coat, really highly presented. Heifer that's very, very striking here from the side. Extremely elegant out front, just chiseled there through her throat latch, really tucked up in terms of her chest floor. You like that about her. I think very good in terms of her skeleton. I think you got to make the call here whether she's really fresh or just a nickel on the hard doing side. But I do think this heifer is very, very high quality in terms of her skeleton and her look here from the side. One that you got to admire how good she is in terms of her ability to get out and go. She'll be a fun one to get back out here and analyze a little closer and compare her to some other ones. Congratulations on a very dominant class winner. The heifer here in second, maybe a little on the other end of the spectrum. A heifer I'd sure invite to take a little of the condition off of her because I think she'd look a little nicer there through her front end and her underline because I do like some things about her. She's really leveled on her top. She's long. long-hipped and nice about her tail head. I think she's adequate in terms of her skeleton. Just to compete with that heifer in front of her, I'd like to extend her from her shoulder forward a little bit. And like I said, just trim her up ever so slightly to make her a lot more attractive to compete with that one in front of her. Then we round out the class with another heifer that's certainly easy keeping. We just need to tuck her up in terms of her chest floor, make her a little more attractive about her front 1/3. And then if we're going to make her more competitive with them two in front of her, stouten her up in terms of her foot size and bone work. But congratulations, really a high quality one on the top end of that class.
And placings in Class 20 over in your Kiania female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 72, Dunk Fitz Missy, 302L, exhibited by William Miller of Gridley, Illinois. And second place in that class goes entry number 73, Goat Destiny's Girl, exhibited by Gunnar Pravis of Troy, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 75, TSSC HWC Who We Playin', exhibited by Drew Diehouse of Broadhead, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors who will now be selecting your champion division summer yearling.
Not a lot of numbers in this division, but as we get them back out here, I think it comes very evident. I'm going to keep these two out of the second class together, but let's give all the exhibitors in this division a round of applause. Congratulations.
And your champion summer yearling division goes to entry number 72, exhibited by William Miller of Gridley, Illinois. And your reserve division goes to entry number 72, exhibited by Gunnar Palvik of Troy, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 23 Kiania late spring yearling heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 15th through April 4th of 2023. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to check out this week's photo at Lindy's Livestock or Lindy'sPhotos.com. Lindy's Livestock Photos are here with us this week, taking pictures, backdrop pictures, and in-ring pictures. So if you want to get all the pictures from this week, just go to Lindy'sPhotos.com to view and purchase. And again, after we are done taking backdrop pictures of your Maine Angus, we will be ready to move on to your Class 19 MaineTainer Heifer show. Again, we will be ready for that Class 19 at MaineTainer Heifers after we finish backdrops. Would like to take this time to reintroduce your junior Key Angus, Kenya, and Key Composite judge for today, Mr. Ryan Johnson. Ryan is originally from Northwest Iowa. He attended South Dakota State University and graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science. He currently resides in Mitchell, South Dakota, where he and his wife, Samantha, and son, Rhett, own and operate RJ Cattle Company. Through an extensive embryo transfer program, they raise and market around 300 show heifers and steers and around 100 bred heifers annually, all across the United States. Again, please welcome and give him Mr. Ryan Johnson a round of applause.
Man, this is an awesome class of females. I hate to even put one fourth or fifth here. It's like I talked about that division winner in the last division. You have to make a call if she's really fresh or a little hard doing. And there's no doubt I'd like to melt a little bark off of this heifer. But I'd also say that this heifer is very, very easy keeping, and I like that about her because she is opened up and she is very wide chested and bold and good in terms of her rib cage, and I love that about her. But where she wins this class is she's so comfortable in terms of her skeleton. You step in behind her, she's a wide pin, really opened up, dimensional female. I love that about her. You set her in motion, she's comfortable the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder, dead level down her top. She's good from hooks to pins. She's big-footed, she's flexible, she's clean in her joints. I think she wins this class really easy. Like I talked about, I wish she was a little fresher, but she is an easy keeping female that's going to make an awesome breeding piece for that young lady. I think the call here is between 2 and 3. They are opposite, but they are both very, very good. I just think this white streak female is just a little more comfortable and sounder in terms of her skeleton when you set them in motion and standing still. She offers a little more angle to her shoulder, a little more back slope to her knee. I think she's a little more flexible out of her hip and hock. There's no doubt you step in behind them. I like the heifer in third a little better. If I tweak this heifer with the white on her, I'd like to widen her pins up a little bit, give her a little more width when you're watching her come and go. But that is a very comfortable female on the move. She's big and explosive in her rib cage, very feminine through her front 1/3. I do like the extra dimension and power this heifer in third has, and I'm not calling her unsound. She's just not quite as sound as the two heifers that beat her. I think this heifer's explosive in terms of her rib cage, very attractive about her head and neck. She does have a little extra sternum, but you're going to get that with that extra power she has. A heifer that's awesome in terms of her muscle pattern and her skeletal width. I just like to free her up ever so slightly to move her up in this class, but an awesome trio in this class. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors. And then these two just run into a tough class because they got very high quality females. Man, this young man's heifer is very high quality. She's big and bold in her rib cage. You gotta like the extra sweep she possesses. Very sound in terms of her feet and legs. Just one when you set her in motion, she wants to dip in her loin ever so slightly, get up in her tail head. We could sure give her just a little more muscle to move her up in this class. Then we round out the class with a really long-bodied, level-top female. Just need to soften her up back there in her flank to move her up any higher. Congratulations, another very competitive class.
And placings in Class 23, an automatic champion late spring yearling heifer goes to entry number 77 at JSUL, who that spot, 3244L, exhibited by Addison Poe of Stevensville, Texas. And second place in Class 23, and your reserve division champion goes to entry number 78, JSUL, who's that, 3238, exhibited by Emma Preston of Reynolds, Illinois. And third place in Class 23 goes to entry number 80, BMW Fry Maya 406L, exhibited by Morgan Neal of Bellevue, Ohio. And fourth place in Class 23 goes to entry number 81, JSUL Hoo Hoo 3294, exhibited by Quentin Day of Livington, Illinois. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 79, exhibited by Carly Caspo of Creston, Ohio. Now entering the ring is Class 26 over in your Kenya female show. These heifers' date of birth range from March 26th through March 2nd of 2023. And again, over in your MaineTainer female show, now entering the ring is Class 19. These calves' date of birth range from May 21st through May 2nd of 2024. Again, now in the ring is Class 19 MaineTainer females. I would like to take this time to reintroduce our judge over in the MaineTainer ring, Mr. Craig Sand. Craig Sand currently resides in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Craig grew up in southern Wisconsin on a limousine cow-calf operation. Craig and his wife Jessica have been married for 23 years. They have two sons, Colton and Coy, who are heavily involved in performance horses and rodeoing. Craig has managed show and sale cattle for over 25 years. He was named the National Limousine Herdsman of the Year in 2003 and has exhibited show cattle all over the country. Currently, Craig manages show and sale cattle for Circle M in Perkins, Oklahoma. If you could join me in giving Mr. Craig Sand another round of applause for being out here with us today.
of a challenging class for me over here. A little hard to get a read on them. They're kind of fighting the halter, quite a few of them. But this young lady's brockle-headed heifer to start the class. Boy, just in terms of balance and eye appeal and design, to me, she kind of excels pretty handedly. The heifer's good footage. She's sound moving. She wants to get a little closed up, maybe narrow tracking when you get right in behind her going away. But she's square hip. She's got some turn to that rib shape. Really fresh and youthful up through that front 1/3, high quality heifer to start with. Young ladies heifer gets a little closer between 2 and 3 for me. The second place heifer here, to me, she's just a little softer in terms of her overall body shape. She's a little softer at the ground on her rear too. She wants to fight the halter pretty hard. She wants to get a little up in her spine. She gets a little more shoulder in terms compared to that heifer in front of her, but a heifer that's got some good about her. Young man's heifer that comes in third here, got some unique pieces. She's really, really wild neck. She's bold in the center cavity. She's got good bone, good foot shape. To me, she gets a little up in her spine. She gets a little hard and green in that forerib. She's got a little shoulder on her. I just like to relax her in her spine, let her balance out to run any higher. The young lady's heifer that comes in fourth here maybe just gets a little plainer in terms of her overall design, maybe gives up a little shape and turn to that top and then through that pin set compared to those in front of her. I love the center portion of this one's body. She's adequate in her bone size. She gets a little rigid for me on her rear too, gets a little plainer through that head, neck, and shoulder. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little plainer in terms of design and profile. I'd like to soften her up, stouten her up on one end to the other to run any higher today. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 19 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 74, JWC Bubbles 444M, exhibited by Kyra Rimber of Blakesburg, Iowa. And second place in that class goes inch number 76, GSMC Karma's Martha, exhibited by Ella James of Manto, Illinois. And third place in that class goes to entry number 72, LRCC Sandwing 201M, exhibited by Trace Falkenstein of Osgo, Kansas. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 71, Glow, exhibited by Gwyneth Souter of Georgetown, Ohio. And fifth place goes entry number 73, exhibited by Sam Jennings of Stanford, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 20 MaineTainer females. Again, entering the ring now is Class 20 MaineTainer females. These heifers' date of birth range from April 28th through April 1st of 2024.
Very, very competitive class here. Um, I do think it's easy for me to find this class winner. She's not the most of anything, but I do think she's very, very easy to find, and she's the best. You set him in motion, standing still. She balances up the best. She's the most comfortable in her skeleton. She's got plenty everywhere from me. So attractive about her head, so attractive about her neck. She lays into her shoulder so nice. She's good in terms of her rib cage. Awesome flexibility off of both ends. Like I said, she's good in terms of her rib, awesome hip. Maybe not a class advantage in terms of length of hip, but it's good enough. Like I said, you set them in motion. She just excels so good in terms of her joint work. She wins, and she wins easy for me. I think the discussion is from there on back. If we change this heifer's hock, then the discussion's between 1 and 2, because from there up and there forward, this heifer is awesome. Big and explosive in terms of her rib cage, long and level hipped, very attractive through her front end. I love the angle to her shoulder. I love the back slope to her knee. I think that heifer is very good. Where she concerns me, she's just a nickel wide at her hock. I think on the move it's pretty adequate, but since she plants it, she wants to get ever so slightly a little straight. But in motion, that heifer is very, very, very high quality, and she beats a very, very good heifer here in third. I love this baldy heifer on the stand because, man, she gives you an attractive look here from the side. Her neckties high out of the top side of her shoulder, really leveled on her top. Really stout-ended. You step in behind her, man, she's impressive. I'd love to have this heifer for a breeding piece. I think she's got a world of future in her. She is wide and bold from end to end. I think that just gets her in a nick of trouble here in the show ring. You set her in motion. She wants to drag the chips just a little bit, get a little wide up front. But man, that heifer is really style featured, really massive from end to end, and she just runs into a very tough class here. That is a trio of females that's very, very highly competitive. And the heifer that rounds out the class just runs into a very competitive class. A lot of classes that heifer would have been very, very competitive. We just need to soften her up in terms of her rib cage a little bit and let her go off of both ends a little nicer. But congratulations to them exhibitors on a very competitive class.
Really a nice class of MaineTainer females here. It runs pretty deep. The young man's heifer I started off with, when she come in, she hit me pretty hard. She's big boned, she's sound, she's big footed. I love the flexibility on both ends of this one's skeleton. Maybe not the longest neck from the top of her blade to the top of her pole I've seen all day, but it's tidy and it's neat. She's bold sprung. She's got enough shape when you get right in behind her. Love the structure of this female. High quality heifer to start with. Young lady's heifer that comes in second to me kind of matches up the most in her overall design. She's awesome in the center portion of her body. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She probably gives up a little muscle shape in the center portion of her quarter down through her stifle compared to that one that exceeds her. But a heifer that's really handles her spine correctly. A lot of good in that female. Wants to get plenty wide for me at this stage of the game, maybe going away from you on her rear two, but two high quality heifers to start the class. Young lady's heifer that comes in third here. Love this one's foot size, love the bone, love the flexibility. Gets a little rounder in terms of her hip design, maybe a little tighter and drier in that heart and forerib and down in through that center portion of that body compared to them in front of her. But she is really youthful, really fresh up in her overall design. Love the running gear on this female. Nice female. The young lady's peach-colored heifer that comes in next. A little more masculine, if you will, a little more rugged in terms of her design. I love the body. I love the boldness of this one. Like to ease her around both ends of her skeleton, maybe change her foot design ever so slightly, just to make her a little more ladylike up through that front 1/3. The young lady's black and white heifer that comes in next here. Just a big-bodied, fresh-made, easy kind of design female. Heifer just gives up some bone. She gets a little frailer in her bone work. I'd like her to utilize her hock to the surface a little different. She wants to get a little narrow and gets a little choppy. I'd like to pull her tail head down in her hip set ever so slightly. Love the rib shape in that female. Young man's black and white heifer that comes in next, really big bone, she's long strided kind of a female, got some length of body, really fresh in her overall design. Just like to pull her apart from one end to the other. I'd like to see a little more shape in that rib cage and in through that center portion of that quarter to run any higher. Young lady's black baldy that rounds out the class, just to me gets a little straighter in terms of her structure off her front end. She's pretty steep from the point of her shoulder to the surface, gets a little rounder in that shoulder. Just like to soften her up, let her go with a little more ease and comfort. Really nice class of females, nice top pair. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 20 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 82, TSSC BTOM Milka Kuns, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And second place in Class 20 goes to entry number 84, MFS Press Angel Games, exhibited by Gabriel Thibault of Idleville, Indiana. And third place in that class goes into number 79, a Why Not So Sweet Mobine, exhibited by Cecilia Mercura of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And in fourth place in that class goes into number 83, a HCF Emmy 2443, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes into number 78, exhibited by Kinsley Enns of Martinsville, Indiana. And sixth place in that class goes into number 80, exhibited by Easton Sherman of Howe, Indiana. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 81, exhibited by Kenley Klein of Ripley, Ohio. And please note, entry number 112 was a scratch. Now entering the ring over in your MaineTainer female show is Class 21. These heifers' date of birth range from March 30th through March 17th of 2024. Again, now in the ring is Class 21 MaineTainer females. And placings in Class 26 over in your Kiania female show are as followed. First place in automatic division champion that goes to entry number 86, CLAC Houdat Fancy 443L, exhibited by Hadley Dukla of Wayne, Nebraska. And second place in Class 26 and automatic reserve champion goes to entry number 85, ADPR, exhibited by Dylan Miller of Galveston, Indiana. And third place in Class 26 will go to entry number 91, BMW Why Not 302L, exhibited by Mallory Johnson of Churchburg, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes into number 82, TACM Lulu 31L, exhibited by Ashley Moore of Lexington, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And over in your Kiania female show is Class 29. These heifers' date of birth range from February 27th through February 2nd of 2023.
Very interesting class. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to tweak both of these heifers ever so slightly, but on the standstill, they're two of my favorite heifers we've seen all day. I think they offer a tremendous amount of breeding value. This heifer that I'm going to use to win, I wish she wouldn't stand so wide off of both ends of her skeleton, but she'll kind of trick you in motion because she does a nice job of filling her tracks, and she's really flexible, and she's got nice angles of her skeleton. She is a really wide-bellied, expansive rib female that's feminine through her front end. They've done a nice job of keeping her fresh. I think she's really long and level from hooks to pins, and like I said, really explosive in her rib cage. She just wants to look a little wide standing still. There's no doubt they got this red heifer dialed in, and I think she's got some tremendous breeding value. I love these red females and what they can do for a guy. Heifer that you set her in motion, she wants to get just ever so slightly a little restricted. I wish she could get out and go just a little better. I'm not calling her unsound. I just wish she'd go ever so slightly a little better, but she's got a tremendous amount of width and power from end to end. Very attractive up there through her front 1/3. You step in behind her, she's wide pinned, and she's got a tremendous amount of shape from there down. I think that heifer is very, very high quality. She's not the deepest bodied female we've seen, but I think she comes with a tremendous amount of outward shape to her rib cage. I think these heifers in 3 and 4 are very, very interesting. They just run into a pair of heifers on the top end that offer a little more breeding value for me. I think both of these females are deep-bodied, sound-structured females. I just need to see a little more of them. When I step in behind them or look at them at the ground, they're a little frailer in terms of their bone work and their foot size, but they still are very high-quality females that offer a ton of skeletal quality. They're deep in terms of their rib cage, and they're feminine enough up through their front 1/3. They just run into a very tough class here. Same thing goes with this heifer in 4th, a heifer that I'd maybe strengthen her up a little in behind her shoulder and down her top, but she's still a very high quality female. I love how deep bodied she is, very easy keeping, heifer that's very sound structured. Like I said, you just step in behind her, you'd like to see a little more of her to compete any higher in this class. The heifer that comes next, she is one. You step in behind her, it's got a tremendous amount of width, power, and muscle. It works a little to her disadvantage. You set this one in motion, she wants to get a little high in her top and a little weak in her loin. Doesn't blend together quite as nice as the ones in front of her. And then the one behind her is a soft-made, big-bodied female. We just need to stouten her up at the ground to move her up any higher. Then we round out the class with a couple heifers that are big-footed and big-boned, just maybe not quite as feminine as the ones in front of them. Congratulations, really a competitive pair on the top end of that class.
Nice class of females over here on the MaineTainer side. Young ladies heifer, I started off to my right or to my left here. Heifer, just in terms of body, bone circumference, foot size, to me, she kind of excels to the top. I love her pin width. I love the dimension when you get right in behind her. Her neck wants to tie out just a little bit low out of them shoulders. I'd like to kind of pick it up out of them shoulders. But a heifer that utilizes her feet, her joints are good. She gets out the right angles, like to square her up ever so slightly, hooks to pins, but an awful nice female to start with. Young lady's heifer that comes in second here, a heifer same kind of type and kind. She's big back, she's got some pin width and dimension. She wants to get a little bit opened up coming to you off them front two. She too, I'd like to pick her neck up out of the top side of her shoulder a little bit. Heifer that wants to get a little plainer in the bottom of that jowl down in through that chest. Two high quality heifers to start the class. Young lady's heifer that comes in third probably gives up some performance, I guess, compared to those two in front of her. But there's a lot of good in this female. I'd like to maybe pull her knee back ever so slightly. She gets a little straight from the point of her shoulder to the ground. The heifer, a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal. Love the freshness and the design of this female. Like the bone circumference. Like to just let her pull her knee back ever so slightly, soften her up just a little bit on her rear too. Awful high quality heifer to go third. Young man's black and white heifer that comes in fourth. Big bone, deep sided kind of a female, little flatter in terms of her muscle shape. Her neck is high out of the top of her shoulder. She's really youthful and eccentric up through the bottom of that chest, neck and head. Just like to see a little more muscle shape and turn when you get right in behind her. Young man's heifer that comes in next. kind of the same opposite type and kind. She's a little shorter coupled, little denser built kind of a female. She is big backed and stout made. She gets a little plainer in her design. She doesn't utilize her skeleton on both ends of her, or she doesn't utilize her legs on both ends of her skeleton. I'd like to just free her up with a little more comfort when you ask her to go. Young ladies heifer that rounds out the class, just gets a little plainer in terms of her overall makeup. Like to just stouten her up from the surface up. Congratulations, nice pair on the top two.
Young man just brings us a single entry over here on the key side. He's done a very good job of keeping this older female fresh, really nice from her shoulder forward, beautiful in the shape of her head and neck. Then she opens up into a really nice rib cage. You got to appreciate the outward shape, and you step in behind her. Still got some dimension to her. Maybe if we tweak her, we'd maybe make her a little stouter in terms of the feature of her foot size and bone work, but still a very nice, high-quality female. He's done a great job of keeping her fresh this stage of the game. Congratulations, young man.
And placings in Class 29 over in your Kenya female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 94, JSUL Stellar Darlin. 3105, exhibited by Brett Primbrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. And second place in Class 29 goes inch number 96, DSUL Lady in Red, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Third place in that class goes inch number 99, Rivers Carly Joe, exhibited by Bailey McCollum of Colo, Iowa. And fourth place in that class goes inch number 100, SNL Primo Ace, exhibited by Macy Stanley of Chilcote, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes inch number 98, exhibited by Whitley Ann Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. And sixth place in that class goes inch number 95, exhibited by Morgan Deisker of Wayland, Michigan. And seventh place goes to entry number 97, exhibited by Jacelyn Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. And eighth place in that class goes inch number 101, exhibited by Michael Fersby of Buchanan, Iowa. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
As we bring these three back out to pick this division, I think it comes pretty evident. We had a very, very competitive class in this first class. We'll keep these two together. Let's give them a round of applause for a very competitive division.
And first place in Class 30 over in your Kenya female show is a single entry, goes to 102 LJR Miss Lilith 223L, exhibited by Owen Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And your junior yearling division champion comes out of Class 29 and goes to entry at number 94, JSUL Stellar Darlin, exhibited by Brent Primbrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. In your reserve division over in your Kenya show, it goes to inch number 96. DSUL Lady in Red, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We will now be selecting your grand champion, Kenya Heifer, here at the North American. Again, we're ready to select your grand champion, Kenya Heifer, here at the North American as they make their way into the ring. And over in your MaineTainer female show, placings in Class 21 are as followed. First place goes into number 89, Tina, exhibited by Emily Haro of Big Prairie, Ohio. And second place in that class goes into number 92, HCIM Bougie Girl, exhibited by Mackenzie Heyer of Watsontown, Pennsylvania. And third place in that class goes into number 86, SEW Adelaide 2401, exhibited by Lillian Johnson of Bryant, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes inch number 93, RJG Miss Dylan Mia, exhibited by Jace Bowser of Chippewa Falls, Michigan. And fifth place in that class goes into number 87, exhibited by Nathan Miller of Sandusky, Ohio. And sixth place goes into number 91, exhibited by Caitlin Lamaro of Salem, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 22 MaineTainer heifer calves. These heifers' date of birth range from March 13th through March 1st of 2021. I would like to take this time to introduce your American Junior Kenya Association Board of Directors that's been helping us out in the ring throughout this morning. We have Andrea Bryant, President from Missouri, Charlie Hatzinger, Vice President of Missouri, Quinn Whaley, Secretary and Treasurer from Iowa, Michaela McDonald, Public Relations of Georgia, Breck Boyce of South Region Regional Director from Texas, Remy Earnhardt, at-large representing the Northwest region, also from Indiana, Ellie Hurt, at-large director, who is from Texas, Mackenzie Kimosky, a large director from Florida, and Cole Linhart, at-large director from Tennessee, and Casheray, a large director from Texas. Also, we have Wyatt Shin, Northeast Region Director from Indiana, and Josie Wilkins, at-large director from Arkansas. We also have our American Kenya Association royalty. Our queen with us today is Lena Teague from Florida, and our princess is Kendall Harper from Georgia. If you could join me in giving those folks a big round of applause for helping us out with our show today. And also, if you are missing your key fob, we do have it up here at the announcer's table. Again, if you are missing a key fob, it looks like from a Dodge Ram truck. We do have it up here at the announcer's table. And don't forget, if you need pictures from this week's event here at Broadbent or Freedom Hall, visit lindeysphotos.com. Again, we have Lindy's livestock photographers here around the ring taking pictures of all the kids showing and all the backdrops. Again, if you need to purchase your pictures, just visit lindeysphotos.com.
Took a little extra time on this class. It's a little give and take for me, and you could flip these top three around pretty handedly, and I probably wouldn't argue a bunch. To me, just this heifer that I started with, just the combination heifer, just in terms of levelness of spine, foot size, flexibility, balance, eye appeal. To me, this heifer is really youthful up in the top side of her neck. Maybe not quite as highly presented as them behind her, but a heifer I think's got a lot of good in her. She's got some shape when you get right in behind her. She's good in the center portion of her body. At times you want to just let her relax just ever so slightly in her spine, but she kind of wants to push on that halter. I think there's a lot of neat pieces about that female. Young man's heifer that comes in seconds, obviously the bold sprung, stout made, heavy constructed kind of female. That being said, she has quite a bit of shoulder. She wants a little bit run downhill. For me, she gets a little tighter in her forerib. I'd like to let her get out and go with a little more flex and reach on them rear two, but a heifer, you can't deny the power in that female. Kind of opposite deal on the end of the spectrum over here on this third place heifer. Heifer's big bone, big footed, probably utilizes the surface as good as any of them out here in this class. To me, she just gives up too much shape. You get right in behind her, she's a little disappointing. She's a little flatter in her forerib and her heart girth. I love the center portion of her body. She just gets a little flatter through her loin edge and through her quarter for me. Do love the running gear of that female. Heifer that comes in next can give you a really, really neat silhouette. There's just quite a bit of daylight underneath that rib shape for me. I just like to soften her up from one end to the other. Like to let her get out and go and a little bit more flex on her rear pastern. I do like the way her knee pulls back into her. Neck comes high on the top side of her shoulders. Got some length of spine to her. Just like to soften her up and let her go off them rear two with a little more comfort. Young man's heifer that comes in next. When you get right up on them, this one's probably got as much shape and true dimension as any of them in the class. With that being said, she needs to relax in her spine. She gets pretty tight up there and throughout her back and in through her hip design. She's adequate in her foot size and her bone. I just like to let her relax on her skeleton there. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, really, really good in the front 1/3 of that heifer. Neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She's good at the knee to the ground, good in the center portion of her body. Like to see a little bit more heifer, just a little more performance for me, maybe, if you will. She gets a little rounder in terms of her hip design down to the ground, probably gives up some substance and some power compared to those in front of her. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, kind of a big bone, big footed female. I'd like to maybe change her foot design, soften her up in the center portion of her body, pick her neck up out of the top side of her shoulders. Awful nice class of females. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 22 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 95, BRKR Emiru 41M, exhibited by Reed Barker of Kendallville, Indiana. And second place in that class goes entry number 97, JRIP BKCE Penny, exhibited by Wyatt Binkley of Heath, Ohio. And third place in that class goes entry number 100, J Boy Tammy 401M, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 96, HHBM Miss Monica ET, exhibited by Lily Sickelfoos of South Whitley, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes entry number 99, exhibited by Logan Enlow of Loato, Indiana. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 94, exhibited by Jillian Madison of Lethal, Florida. And seventh place in that class goes entry number 98, exhibited by Taylor Perrin of Felicity, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 23 over in your MaineTainer female show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 23. These females' date of birth range from February 29th through February 11th of 2024. And folks on the Kia side, if you could please join me in giving Mr. Ryan Johnson a round of applause for being out here and evaluating our show here at the North American.
Well, I knew that this would be really, really good, and it definitely didn't disappoint. It started right away with the heifer calves all the way back to the big breds. These cattle have been very, very good and highly presented and very well shown. And I congratulate each of the exhibitors, and I think the key breed's really, really unique. You can go a lot of different ways. You know, at home we use some of these females to raise steers, and we can breed them to raise females. And today we're showing breeding females, but I think they got a lot of breeding value. You can take them home and do, they're dual purpose females. You can do a lot of different things with them, and they're very, very high quality. And I think these kids got some awesome projects here that they can go home and turn them into donor females and you know, pay for college and do a lot of different things with. I think there's a lot of different things you can do because these cattle are so high quality. Depends where you lay your preferences, and I wish we could pick more than two because there is so many good females in this drive. And like I said in a few classes, where you lay your preferences, you could you know, you could sure jumble them up the way I liked them. But I do think they've been very, very high quality. I'm not going to go back and talk each and every one of them. I'll go show you the two I like the best, but please join me in congratulating these kids because this has been a very high quality set of females.
And your grand champion, Kenia Heifer, here at the 2024 North American goes to entry number 86, CLAC Houdat Fancy 443L, exhibited by Hadley Dunklin of Wayne, Nebraska. Congratulations.
Really nice pair of heifers to start off this class and this MaineTainer side. The Baldy heifer's a little bit nervous and jumping around. Once she settles in, you can get a read on her. Well, this one's Cowie. She's big-bodied. She's awesome in her spine. She's flexible. She's adequate in her foot size and bone. where her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. Just a lot of balance and eye appeal, just a lot of good in that female. If you want to get picking on her, you could say she's pushing the envelope for me, I guess, in terms of condition right now. But boy, that one's 12 o'clock and pretty ready. Awful high quality heifer. Young lady's black heifer that comes in second here, not taking much away from her. Maybe doesn't utilize her rear pasterns quite as good as that one that exceeds her. Maybe not as good in the top side, behind that shoulder, down and through that forerib in that spine is that one that exceeds her, but really fresh in her overall design. Love the rib shape, love the length of hip in this heifer, love the freshness up through that front 1/3. Like to maybe pull her tail head down in her hip just ever so slightly, but awful high quality heifer to go second. Young lady's big bone, heavy constructed female that comes in next. Just a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape, a little drier in terms of her rib shape. Like to soften her up, see a little bit more when I get in behind her. Young lady's heifer that comes in fourth here. She is big backed and stout made. To me, she needs to soften up in the center portion of her body. Maybe needs to loosen up on both ends of her skeleton. But a heifer that does have a neat profile and design. I think it'll go out and make this young lady a tremendous cow down the road. Peach colored heifer that comes in next. Heifer's just bold sprung and stout made. Like to give her a little more foot size and shape. She wants to get a little hitch in her get along there when you speed her up on her right on her left rear. But a heifer, you can't deny the power and the punch that heifer has when you get in right behind her. Red heifer that comes in next, a heifer that's got some neat pieces about her. She's a little small-footed for me. I'd like to give her a little heavier bone work. I'd like to utilize her hip and hind leg just a little different. Pull her tail head down in between her. Love the center portion of that one's body. Like her spine from her hooks forward. Gets a little plainer through that head, neck, and chest. Black baldy heifer that comes in next. Maybe just not soft enough today. A little more in her working clothes. Like to just change her on both ends of her skeleton to run any higher. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little drier in terms of her heart and forerib. They like to soften her up in the center portion of her body, let her balance up a little more eye appeal to run any higher. Nice class of females, really nice top pair.
And your reserve grand champion Kenya female here at the North American goes to entry number 94, JSUL Stellar Darlin 3105, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Congratulations. And placings in Class 23 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes to entry number 109, Dice KK, the Black Pearl, exhibited by Carly Fitzpatrick of Alva, Indiana. And second place out of that class goes entry number 101, TOF TSSC Marley, exhibited by Reagan Harrison of Greensburg, Indiana. And third place in that class goes entry number 105, Wallens Mini for the win, exhibited by Megan Mullet of Mulberry Grove, Illinois. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 107, AGRF Millie Mondana 222M, exhibited by Mila Mills of Vanderbilt, Pennsylvania. And fifth place in that class goes entry number 110, exhibited by Kyla Lippert of Sinclair, New York. And sixth place in that class goes entry number 108, exhibited by Allison Simpson of West Union, Ohio. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 106, exhibited by Emma Hyatt of Clay City, Indiana. And eighth place goes to entry number 102, exhibited by Tucker Shepard of Napoleon, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 24 MaineTainer females.
Just a single entry for our cow-calf division, but man, this young cow's doing an awesome job. She's raised a big stout bull calf and really nice refined udder, teat size on her, really feminine up there through her front 1/3, really level down her top, sound on her feet and legs. Like I said, she's done an awesome job raising a big stout, heavy muscled bull calf. Let's join me in congratulating these young men on exhibiting a really nice cow-calf pair.
And first place in Class 35 of your Kenya cow-calf pairs, an automatic grand champion cow-calf pair here at the North American, goes to entry number 105, BMW Ace 202K, exhibited by Tanner Weinl of Butler, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors.
Just a couple heifers here for our bred and owned division, but two very high quality females. So we talked that Baldy heifer in her class, so high quality and a ton of future. Young lady does such a good job getting her pulled together. Awesome there through her front end, big and bold in her center sweep and shape to her rib cage, and awesome in terms of her skeleton. Then the young man with the chromed up heifer, really expressive in terms of her muscle pattern, stout featured. Let's join me in congratulating these two exhibitors on bringing out two awesome bred and owned females. I'll go show you the one I like the best.
Congratulations to those bred and owned exhibitors over in your Kenya female show. Again, we will be getting pictures of your grand and reserve champions, and then we'll be moving on to your key composite show here at the North American. Again, we will do pictures, and then we'll be ready for Class 1 at key composite summer heifer calves.
Interesting class over here on this MaineTainer side. A little bit challenging maybe for me on these top three, and it's a little give and take. I'm not just completely sold on any of the three. The one that start off with, boy, to me, you can't hardly draw one any better from the side. Silhouette to kill for, awesome bone, awesome foot, tons of flex. I love the angles, awesome center body. Neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. Really neat and chiseled up through that front 1/3. Get behind her, pretty flat. I'd like to see a little more punch when you get in right in behind her, down her spine and in her loin edge, out down through her quarter, but an awful nice female to start with. Kind of the same song and dance, maybe to me just not quite as chiseled as that one that wins that class, but really up-headed, bold sprung kind of a female, big feet, big legs, can utilize them. Heifer, to me, same song and dance, a little flat. She gets a little flat and a little narrow base for me going away. Just like to see a little bit more red meat in them animals. The young man's heifer that comes in third here, she does have some shape to her, and she is really neat up through the top side of that neck, down in through that chest. She just doesn't want to utilize her rear leg quite as good. She wants to get a little rigid on her rear too. When you put her in motion, she gets a little wide going away from you. Love the shape in that female, love the spring a rib in that female. Love the way she's tidy and neat up through that front 1/3. Young lady's heifer that comes in fourth, big bone, big footed, heifer that's got some center body to her, gets a little plainer through that head, neck, and chest compared to those in front of her. She too's got some shape when you get right in behind her. Like to soften her up ever so slightly when you put her in motion on them rear two. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, just like to relax her in her spine. She's got enough shape. She gets a little parallel bodied for me. She wants to kick them outside herself ever so slightly. I'd like to loosen her up on both ends of her skeleton. Gets pretty opened up when she's coming to you. The heifer that comes in next just is a little bit crestier, plainer in her overall design. The heifer that's got some bone circumference and some foot size, just like to pull her tail head down in between her, like to sharpen her up in that front 1/3, maybe soften her up in the center portion of her body. Young lady's black heifer that comes in next. The heifer just gives up too much power and pizzazz. Heifer, she too just needs to relax in her spine, just soften up in the center portion of her body, let her balance up a little more eye appeal. Gray heifer that rounds out the class, just like to put her on a little heavier bone, change her hip and hind leg, soften her up as well. Awful nice class of females, interesting top three. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 24 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes into number 118, Harker's Trixie 0105, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. And second place in that class goes into number 120, HARP's Miss Coco Travell, exhibited by Brentley Weber of Green Fork, Indiana. And third place in that class goes into number 114, CLAC Miss Diamond, exhibited by Connor London of Sackmore, Pennsylvania. And fourth place in that class goes into number 115, Waffles, exhibited by Maya Pitts of Lynchburg, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes into number 113, exhibited by Bella Bennett of Knox, Indiana. And sixth place in that class goes into number 117, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. And seventh place in that class goes into number 121, exhibited by Angelina Ortero of Stanfordville, New York. And eighth place in that class is exhibited by Jenna Keene of Jesmar, Louisiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be the selection of your Division I Champion Junior Heifer Calf. Again, we'll be selecting your Champion Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, a lot of numbers out here in this division, and we sure got some quality. The young lady's Baldy Heifer that won that first class, and I thought did so fairly handedly. Heifer's got a tremendous amount of eye appeal and design, really fresh, really youthful. Heifer, I'd like to see a little bit more base width when she's going away from you. Heifer's got enough shape when you get right in behind her, just like to widen her up from her hock to the surface. Nice, high quality female. I think it'll make this young lady a bright future. Young man's heifer that won that second class, a heifer just awesome in the center portion of her rib. Love the freshness, love the youthfulness about this one's front end. I like her feet. I like her flexibility on both ends of her skeleton. She has some shape when you get right in behind her. She's good in her forerib and heart. Awful high quality heifer also to win that second class. Young lady's heifer that wins that third class. To me, she just a little bit rounder in terms of her hip design compared to a few on the other end of her. But a heifer, you can't deny the boldness, the foot size, the flexibility, the bone circumference. Like to maybe pick her neck up out of the top side of her blades ever so slightly. There's a lot to that heifer. A lot of good in that female. You could square her up a little bit, hooks to pins, pick her front end up. That one would be in contention out here. Heifer that wins that next class, the heifer, to me, she was just a little bit challenging class for me as a little give and take. I guess I selected this one just in terms of design. I thought she was a little better behind her shoulders, down in through her forerib, a little fresher up in that front 1/3. Maybe doesn't have as much punch and pizzazz and the extra bells and whistles compared to a few around her out here. But a heifer, I think, has got a lot of good about her. The young lady's Baldy heifer that won that next class, just a cowy thing. I love this one's underline. I love her bone. I like her foot. I like the flexibility about her. Neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She is carrying a little extra condition for me today at this stage of the game, but there's a lot of power in that animal. I'd like to maybe just close her up at her hock region just ever so slightly. She gets just a nickel out there, but boy, she utilizes it. She's square on all four corners, really attractive, tons of rib shape, love the underline, really nice female. Young man's heifer that won that last class, silhouette to kill for. Awesome feet and legs, awesome structure, love the design of this female. I like the way her neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She's just a little too flat for me. I like to just pull her apart from her in her back shape, down through her pin width, down through her stifle and quarter. But a heifer, you can't deny the foot size, the flexibility, and the structural integrity on that female. I'm going to go ahead and get another look at these. Let's give these MaineTainer heifer calf exhibitors a big round of applause. Awful good set of calves out here.
And your division champion goes to entry number 109, Dice KK, the Black Pearl, exhibited by Carly Kirkpatrick of Alva, Indiana. Congratulations. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 82, TSSC Bono Michael Kearns, exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations.
single entry over here. Tremendous amount of eye appeal and pizzazz up through that front 1/3. Maybe gets a little straighter and steeper from the point of her shoulder to the surface than I've seen today. But a heifer you can't deny. She's level spine. She's long, square hipped. I love the angularity to her hip and hind leg. Just like to maybe pull her knee back underneath her, soften her up in the center portion of her body. Awful nice single entry. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 25 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 122, CK KC Ava, exhibited by Carter Schofield of Pella, Iowa. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is Class 26 over in your MaineTainer female show. These heifers' date of birth range from September 13th through October 13th through September 8th of 2023. And now entering the ring will be Class 1 over in your Key Composite female show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 1 Key Composite females.
Nice class to start our Key Composite show. I like the young lady's white flank heifer. I think she's just a little deeper bodied and softer in terms of her rear rib and flank. I think they're both very sound structured, stout featured females. I think this one just possesses a little more cow look to her. Very nice up front. Like I said, big in terms of the sweep of her body, big footed and really leveled on her top. very nice place to start. Taking nothing away from this one. And second, very striking up there through her front 1/3. Another heifer with plenty of foot and bone. Just like to soften her up in terms of her forerib and back there in her flank and beat with that one in front of her. But two high quality females to get started. Congratulations to both of them young exhibitors.
And placings in Class 1 over in your key composite show. First place goes to entry number 108, BJSC Pauline 108M, exhibited by Nora Watterson of West Columbia, West Virginia. That heifer will also be your automatic division champion. And second place and automatic reserve champion goes to entry number 106, Simone, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 4 of your key composite female show. These heifers' date of birth range from April 26th through April 1st of 2024. And first place in Class 25 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 122, CKKC Ava 317L, exhibited by Carter Schroeder of Pella, Iowa. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 26 MaineTainer females.
Really a competitive class over here from one end to the other on these MaineTainer females. Young man's heifer I started off with, just to me, the bold sprung, stout made, easy moving kind of a female. She's adequate in her foot size, she's adequate in her bone. There's times she might want to get a little tight in her spine. I'd just like to relax her. He gets her parked, boy, she gives you a really neat silhouette. She's got a lot of shape when you get right in behind her. Just a high quality heifer to start the class. Give a little give and take here from 2 to all the way down to the end. I love the structure of this female in second. I like the foot size. I like the bone. I like the way she gets out and strides. Heifer just maybe gives up some center portion to her rib shape. She gets a little drier in that, down in that flank region for me. If you could soften that one up and put the rib shape, the one that exceeds her on this one, well, this one's pretty lights out. Really fresh in her overall makeup. Like the way she handles her spine when you put her in motion. Awful high quality heifer to go second. Young man's heifer between second or third and fourth here gets a little closer. I like this one from the point of her shoulder and the way her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder and her knee to the surface, like the center portion of this one's body. She wants to pull her loin down when you put her in motion. She wants to kick her tail head up. She gets a little restricted off her rear too when you ask her to go. Like to see a little more foot size to get along, to utilize her hip and hind leg a little more ideal. With that being said, this one that comes in fourth, she's kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum. She utilizes her hip and hind leg really good. She's good in the center portion of her body. She too needs her tail head pulled down in her. To me, she gets a little coarse in her shoulder. She gets a little straighter in that knee to the surface. I'd like to pull her knee back and let her go with a little more comfort off her front too. Young lady's white flanked heifer that rounds out the class just probably gives up too much body in center portion of that rib cavity. Compared to those in front of her. Sure like to relax her in her spine and let it get out and go with a little more ease and comfort. Awful nice quality class there, really tough class. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 26 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to inch number 130, PCCWJ Ella's Lady, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. And second place in that class goes inch number 123, JSUL Gracie 3610, exhibited by Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana. And third place in that class goes inch number 124, Three Aces Magnoni L903, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place goes inch number 125, C4 Barker's Miss Franny, exhibited by Macy Beckham of Jerseyville, Illinois. Fifth place in that class goes inch number 126, exhibited by Annalie Pullman from Delphos, Ohio. And again, those now in the ring is your division champion.
Really a competitive big class here. Young man's got an easy class winner from me. So correct in the angles of her skeleton. So big and opened up in her rib cage. Long and level from hooks to pins, and so elegant and cocky and arrogant the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's a little worked up here this morning, but boy, she gets settled in. He gets her pulled together here. She is very, very striking, very, very high quality. Wins a very competitive class easy for me. Congratulations, young man. Stick with her. You'll do nothing but have a lot of fun with that female as time goes on. I think it gets close, but still really a nice place to land here in second. Young lady's got another very, very good heifer here. A heifer that's a little longer bodied. I like that about her. Dead level from the top of her shoulder clear back to her tail head. Another one that's really good in terms of the outward shape of her rib cage. Maybe not quite as striking there through her throat latch or her chest, but still very attractive. Just a nice. Another very competitive heifer. Another very highly presented heifer here in third. I like that about her. Big-footed, big-boned female. Maybe not quite as soft in terms of her rib cage as them two in front of her. I'd sure like to soften her up there back in her flank. Maybe make her a little more extended from her shoulder forward to compete with them two in front of her, but still a very high-quality female to land in a tough class. The smoky heifer is a little more terminal in terms of her build, but still a very high-quality female. Big-footed, big-boned. I think she's flexible enough off of both ends. I like the added dimension she's got when you step in behind her. She just comes to us in a little rounder package, a little rounder in terms of her shoulder, a little rounder about her hip, but still a very high-quality animal. I appreciate them things about her. Let's give that young man a round of applause for hanging with his heifer. He's got a nice project there as well, a little greener and runs into a tough class, but a heifer that's got a nice future, just needs to hang with her. Heifer that's really attractive through her front end and really long down her top, just needs some more time to fill in a little behind her shoulder and back in her flank. Young lady star-headed heifer that comes next, really attractive. I like her from her midrib forward, a lot of things about her. I just like to fix her and lift her pins up ever so slightly to compete with them ones in front of her, but still a high quality heifer. Congratulations to her. The young lady that comes next has got a big rib female. I like them things about her. Just doesn't quite blend as nice. We'd sure stouten her up at the ground to compete any higher. Young man's peach heifer that comes next is a big, bold-bodied female. I love that about her. Looks like she's going to be really easy keeping. She just comes in about 3 pieces. If we could blend everything together a little nicer, she'd sure move up in the class. Then we round out the class with 2 females that are really long-bodied. I appreciate that about them. Just stouten them up and make everything blend a little nicer to move them up in a very competitive class. Congratulations to them exhibitors. Really a high-quality female on top in that class.
Not a lot of numbers over here on the MaineTainer side in this division, but I do think we got some quality. The young man's single entry here, to me, she's just really youthful, really fresh in her overall makeup. I like her on the top side of her shoulder up through that head and neck. I like the way she goes off her front too. At times, I'd like to just soften her up, give her a little more depth of rib and spring of rib. Heifer maybe just doesn't have quite the punch and pizzazz compared to them 2 that won that following class. With that being said, I'm going to use them 2 keep them 2 that won that second class together. Congratulations.
And your MaineTainer Division II champion goes entry number 130, PCCWJ Ella's Lady, exhibited by Pate Parson of Leavenworth, Kansas. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 123 at JSUL Gracie at 3610L, exhibited by Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 27 at MaineTainer Summer Yearling Heifers. First, we will be selecting your bred and known champion. And placings in Class 4 over in your key composite show are as following. First place goes entry number 756, TSSC, She Is Something, exhibited by Trey Davis of Iowa, South Carolina. And second place in that class goes entry number 116, Many Dare to Compare, exhibited by Anna Schrader of Columbia City, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number
Very nice trio in this class, but I think they align kind of nice. Young lady up front here has really got a nice female, really stout at the ground, big-footed and big-boned, but still clean in her joint work, really extended there from her shoulder forwards, super long and clean about her neck. I think she's a big-bodied female. If we're going to tweak her ever so slightly, both standing still and in motion, I'd lift her pins up ever so slightly, but that's getting picky on a sound-structured, big-bodied female, ultra-feminine from her shoulder forward. The blaze-faced female is a little leveler from hooks to pins, I'll give her that, but maybe not quite as big in terms of the sweep to her rib cage, maybe not quite as stout when you step in behind her, or as wide-based from end to end, but still a very high-quality female to go second. I like the heifer in third on the stand. I think she's an attractive female. Where she runs into trouble, we set her in motion. She wants to get a little high on her spine, duck her pins on the go, but still a very attractive female here on the stand still. Congratulations to them young ladies on a nice trio of females.
Over here on the MaineTainer side, Heifer's got a lot of youthfulness about her. She's really fresh in her overall design. I really like this heifer, the way her shoulder lays into her body cavity and from her knee to the surface. Maybe not as deep-sided and as bold-sprung as some that I've seen earlier today, but the heifer's got some muscle shape when you get right in behind her. Just like to soften her up in the center portion of her body, maybe let her balance out in terms of her front end. She gets a little cresty and a little bigger scald for me, but an awful nice single entry heifer. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 27 over in your MaineTainer's female show goes to entry number 131, PCC Dat Shiny Darling, exhibited by Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 28 of your MaineTainer female show.
Just a couple classes here in this division for the key composite show, but both are very, very competitive. I think this first class was very competitive. As I talked about, very deep in that class. We're going to keep them two together out of that first class. Join me in giving them a round of applause and congratulating them exhibitors.
And finishing up over in your key composite show, your third place in Class 4 goes to entry number 110, Mini My Lady Katie, exhibited by Max Eaton of Mount Carroll, Illinois. Fourth place in that class goes to entry number 757, KMAC Loretta, exhibited by Haley Marshall of Yale, Michigan. Fifth place in that class goes to entry number 115, exhibited by Harrison Suffine of New Concord, Ohio. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 109, exhibited by Cecilia Merson of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. And seventh place in that class goes entry number 111. And eighth place in that class goes entry number 114. And ninth place goes to entry number 754. 10th place in that class goes entry number 117. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 5 over in your key composite show goes to entry number 124, J Boy Tammy, exhibited by Kaylee Jennings of Fletch City, Ohio. And second place goes to entry number 121, BRKR Classy, exhibited by Kaylee Barker of Kendallville, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 123, Show Me Some, exhibited by Amber Morse of Margot, Indiana. And your division champion goes to entry number 756, and your reserve goes to 116.
Boy, this female could have stood a lot of competition. So elegant, ladylike up there about her head and neck, and then so explosive from there back. A heifer that you get in behind her, and she's got some width and dimension, big and expansive in terms of her rib cage. And I like the angles and extra set and flex she's got off of both ends of her skeleton. She'll be one to get back out here and be a lot of fun to compare to. Very, very high quality. Congratulations, young man, on a very good single entry.
And first place in Class 8 over in your key composite female show goes to entry number 125, Otis Miss Dolly, exhibited by Weston Oat of Albin, Indiana. Congratulations. Please note that entry number 127 was a scratch. And now entering the ring is Class 9 over in your key composite female show. Again, entering now in the ring is Class 9. These calves' date of birth range from January 29th through January 6th of 2024.
An interesting class over here on the MaineTainer side. Little give and take on these top three. The heifer I started off with, to me, she's just the tidiest, the neatest in her front end. I like her design. I love her silhouette. Heifer is adequate in her bone size, adequate in her foot size. I like the long level hip she has. Her tail head sits down in her. I just love the top side of that one's neck and head set, ears. That's an awful high quality heifer to start this class. Gets a little closer for me between 2 and 3. I guess I used the robust rib cage one. Big bone female. She's got a lot of turn and a lot of angle to that knee down to the surface and that hock to the surface. I'd like to tone her down in her overall condition. I do love the center portion of this one's rib, but a heifer has got some shape when you get right in behind her. She wants to get a little opened up maybe for me on both ends of her skeleton when she goes. I'm not saying she's unsound. She takes a big long stride. She's just pushing a little condition down there. I think she could come back together. But an awful nice heifer to be second. Young lady's heifer that comes in third here, just a really, really neat silhouette. She wants to get a little thicker and fuller in the top of them shoulders up through that neck and head. But a heifer, I love the spine in this heifer. I like her long, level hip. Heifer utilizes her rear legs really well. She gets a little bit rolling on her front feet, if you will, when she's coming to you, and that's getting nitpicky on a really nice heifer. But a heifer has got a lot of neat profile and design. Young man's heifer that comes in fourth here, a heifer maybe just gives up some bone and circumference and some mass compared to them in front of her. Heifer's got a really neat silhouette. She's good and balanced. Her neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. Just like to soften her up, see a little bit more when I get in right in behind her to run any higher. Young lady's heifer that comes in fifth here, just a big bone, heavy constructed female. She's big up high, got a lot of punch down her top and her loin edge out through her quarter. She gets a little rounder in her hip design. She gets a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton to run any higher. Young man's heifer that rounds out the class, sound moving, long strided kind of a female. With that being said, she's probably the lightest muscled heifer in the class. She needs to be picked or pin set up, square her up, hooks to pins, just soften her up, give her a little more dimension when you get right in behind her. Nice class of females. Congratulations.
Really a good class of females over here on the key side. Pair of females on the top that are very, very good, but still a nice dominant class winner. Boy, when you set these in motion, one that's very high quality in terms of her skeleton. You want to talk about one with some extra set and flex off of both ends of her skeleton, and then some ESTs in terms of foot size and bone work, still being flat in terms of her joint work. I think she's awesome in that regard. Maybe if I was going to change her, she's just a little bit plainer in terms of the shape of her head there through her throat latch, but that's getting really picky on a very good female because you set her in motion, man, she's comfortable in her spine. I like how her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's big rib. She's leveled on her top. Really comfortable. Very, very high quality female to start this class. The one in second is a little more attractive about her head and neck there through her throat and her chest. A heifer that's adequate in terms of her structure. Just to compete with that one in front of her, she needs a little more set to her hock and a little softer off her rear foot, but that's still a very, very high quality female to go second in a tough class. And then we round out the class with this star-headed female. It's very wide-based and bold-sprung. You step in behind her, has got a ton of dimension. Just to compete with them two heifers in front of her, she needs a few more bells and whistles, a little neater up there through her front 1/3, a little stouter at the ground. Congratulations to them three exhibitors on a very nice class.
Over here on the MaineTainer side, young man's heifer that won that first class, single entry. Heifer that's really good in her profile and her design. Her neck comes high out of her shoulder. She just wants to get a little crestier and maybe a little plainer compared to that heifer behind her. Heifer's got some bone circumference, got some foot size. Just like to pull her apart in the center portion of her quarter and down in through her stifle, maybe soften her up in her rib cage compared to them two behind her. That being said, I'm going to use your second class winner for your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And your Division III champion goes to entry number 500, Rose Boom 74, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. And your reserve division will go to entry number 134, Bachman's Farms Lady, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And first place in Class 9 over in your key composite female show goes to entry number 133, Harker's Trixie 0105, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. And second place in that class will go to entry number 134, Harp Miss Coco Chanel, exhibited by Brittany Wampiller of Green Fork, Indiana. Third place in that class will go to entry number 132, JBT Miss Dana, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Please note, entry number 130 was a scratch. We'll now be selecting your early junior heifer calf division champion over in your key composite female show. And over in your MaineTainer show.
Another division with not a lot of numbers, but man, these are very, very high quality females. Just that single entry out of that first class. And like I said, she'd be fun to get back out of here. And compared to, she is not quite as stout featured at the ground as the one behind her, but more than adequate. As we talked about, beautiful terms of the shape of her head and her neck, and so neat there in her chest, lays so smooth into her shoulder. Her underline is just incredible how deep she is in terms of her center rib, full there in her forerib and back into her flank. I think she's dead leveled on her top, really long and level from hooks to pins. She's got plenty of dimension. You step in behind her. You set them in motion. She's not quite as nice as the one behind her, but I think she's more than adequate in terms of her structure. The heifer behind her, as we talked about, lots of ESTs in terms of her skeleton. I love that about her, big-footed and big-boned, but flat-jointed. Awesome in terms of that. We could make her a little neater about her head and her neck, but still a very high-quality female. Where she looks the best is in terms of her movement. She balances up so nice on the move. She'll get ever so slightly a little lazy standing here still and want to duck her pins a little bit, maybe get a little easy behind her shoulder, but a lot of cattle that are so loose in their skeleton do. I think that heifer's very, very high quality. And then the heifer that was second to her, as we talked about, really striking up there through her front 1/3. What concerns me about her is just a little bit off her rear too. I'm going to use the heifer out of the second class to win and the heifer out of the first class reserve. Congratulations, these young men.
And your early junior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 133, Harker's Trixie 0105, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. And your reserve division will go to entry number 125, Oates Miss Dolly, exhibited by Weston Oat of Albon, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 12 composite senior heifer calves. And over in your MaineTainer female show is Class 29, late spring yearling heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from April 17th through April 1st of 2023.
This young man brings us really a nice single entry, really green in her condition, but you step in behind her, it's impressive how much width and shape she has, and still's got some dimension to her quarter and stifle. I think a heifer that's still pretty stout featured in terms of her foot size and bone work, and got some outward shape to her rib cage. Really a nice project for that young man. She'll be another one that'll be fun to get back out here. Congratulations, young man, on a really nice place face female.
And first place in Class 12 over in your key composite female show goes to entry number 135, C4 Barker Miss Stormy, exhibited by Carson Beckman of Jerseyville, Illinois. Congratulations to him. Now in the ring is Class 13 senior heifer calves. These heifers are date of birth range from October 13th through October 2nd of 2023.
Nice trio in this class. Two really competitive females on top, and they're a little different. I just think there's so much more to this heifer that wins a class. Boy, you step in behind her, and she's really pulled apart just from a composition standpoint. It's got a tremendous amount of width and big and opened up into the center and lower part of her rib cage. I think she's attractive here from the side. If we were going to tweak her, I wish the size of her rear foot was a little bigger and sat down ever so slightly, a little soft, but she's still way more than adequate in terms of her structure. Really a nice place to start. Young lady's got a slight advantage here in second. When you set them in motion, Maine, she's got a big, soft back foot, but she's not quite as big and soft in terms of her rib cage, not quite as stout when you step in behind her, but she's still got a really high-quality heifer to go second in a nice class. Then we round out the class with really a moderate, bold-bodied female. You like them things about her. Just to compete with these two that win the first and second in this class, she needs to be stouter featured at the ground, maybe square her up a little bit. Congratulations, those are three exhibitors on a really nice class.
And placings in Class 13 over in your key composite female show goes into number 138, BKMT Let's Dance, exhibited by Aubrey Blanchard of Blakesburg, Iowa. And second place in that class goes into number 137, JSUL Gracie 3610, exhibited by Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana. And third place goes to entry number 759, Marvela 104L, exhibited by Lehman Stanley of Perry, Georgia. Congratulations. We'll now be selecting your senior heifer calf champion.
Another division with not a lot of numbers, but the quality's been very, very high. We talked that first class winner, really a long-bodied, fresh in her condition. Maybe as you compare her to them two out of the next class, she doesn't blend everything together quite as nice, but still a high-quality female. And then that class we just got done talking about, that was a pair that was close and very, very high quality. We're going to keep them two young ladies together. Join me in congratulating them.
And your division champion will go to entry number 138, exhibited by Abry Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. And your reserve division will go to entry number 137, exhibited by Caroline Sankey of Economy, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be ready for Class 16 Key Composite Summer Yearling Heifers. These heifers calved between June and July of 2023. Again, now in the ring is Class 16.
Young man brings us just a single entry here. Heifer that he gets her pulled together and gets her head jerked up on the stand. Gives you a really nice look here from the side. He's got her presented very, very nice. I like how level she is down her top and nice out her hip. Heifer that you set her in motion. I wish her neck came a little more comfortable out of the top of her shoulder, but that's getting picky on a really nice single entry here. Congratulations, young man.
And first place in Class 16 in your Key Composite show goes into number 139, PCC Dat Shiny Darlin', exhibited by Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Please note entry number 142 was a scratch. Now entering the ring is Class 17 Key Composite females.
A challenging class over here on this MaineTainer side. Tremendous amount of quality in this class from one end to the other. Give and take here on these top 3 or 4. Boy, these 2 here kind of hit me pretty hard when they first walked in. Young lady's heifer I started off with. To me, she's the freshest in the top of these 4, these class. She's the freshest in her overall makeup. She's probably the boldest in the center portion of her rib. She isn't as quite as big boned and probably as big footed as maybe some out here, but she utilizes it correctly. Her angles are right. She's sound. She's awesome in her spine. I love the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's got plenty of shape when you get right in behind her. If you want to get nitpicking, she's a half a foot width wide coming out from her front feet when she gets out and goes, you know, when you get in behind her. But boy, there is a lot of good in that female. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, I really like this female's bone. I like her flexibility. I like the way she gets out and travels. To me, she's just carrying a little bit extra condition maybe in her chest floor down there in her flank for me. I love this one's spine, and I love the center portion of this one's body. Like the length of hip of this female, square pinned. I like to maybe just pick her neck up out of the top side of her shoulder ever so slightly, tone her down just a hair in condition. But boy, that is a very, very nice female to be second. Young lady's heifer that comes in third here, just a moderate frame kind of a package, but a heifer that utilizes her joints, she utilizes her structure. She does get a little wide in the bottom of her chest floor. She too is pushing a little extra condition for me today. I love the center portion of this one's body. I like the way she handles her spine when you put her in motion. She's got plenty of shape down her loin edge and in through her pin width, down through her quarter when you get right in behind her. I just like to lengthen her up, tidy her up in that front 1/3, run any higher. The kind of the outlier of the bunch here, just a big bone, heavy constructed, big footed kind of a female. She is too. She's good in her spine when you put her in motion. For being this massive, you know, she handles her rear two really well. She gets a little opened up for me in her front two. I think she too could tone down a little bit in condition. If you could close her up in the bottom of that chest when she's coming to you, just melt her a little bit. I do think there's a lot of good in that female. You sure can't deny the power in that female. Young man's black and white heifer here, a little bit more of a moderate frame package like the 3rd place heifer. To me, she just tremendous in the center portion of her body. She's neat in the top side of her neck. She gets a little fuller in her chest floor, if you will. She's got plenty of shape when you get in right in behind her. I just like to loosen her up in her overall spine and her structure. When you ask her to go, she kind of comes up 4 or 5 inches short in that stride, but a nice female to be 5th in that class. The young lady's heifer that comes in next probably just doesn't have the punch and pizzazz and the power that them in front of her do. Hard to punch a bunch of big holes in this one. She's adequate in her foot. She's adequate in her bone. She's got a lot of flexibility about her. She's fresh in her overall makeup. Like to just maybe give her a little more hair coat, a little higher quality on the presentation. But that is a very genuine, nice kind of a female to be sitting that low in a class. Got some shape to it down her back and in through her loin edge, down through her quarter. She's bold sprung in the center portion of her body. Just like to stouten her up from her bone up. Young lady's black baldy heifer that comes in next. She's a little rounder in terms of her hip design, maybe a little quicker, if you will. I'd like to soften her up in the center portion of her rib, give her a little more forerib and heart compared to run with them any higher. Really fresh up in the top side of her neck. She wants to get a little bit ducks or pins when you put her in motion. She gets a little opened up going away from you, but a nice female. Young man's heifer, the black and white heifer here, white flanked heifer, really fresh in her overall makeup. Awesome the center portion of her body. Love her shoulder down to her knee, down to the surface. Just gives up some bones and gives up some punch down there at the surface. She wants to kind of kick her tail head up, pull her loin down when you put her in motion. Just a nice female to be down that far. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, a heavy constructed, big bone kind of a female, a little dry, a little parallel bodied for me. Maybe like to balance her up ever so slightly, pick her up in her chest floor, maybe pull her crest down. Like to see a little more punch and muscle shape when you get right in behind her. the black and white heifer that rounds out the class. A heifer maybe just doesn't utilize her, just as much surface, down at the ground. She's just a little refined in her bone work. She's a little smaller footed, gets a little tighter when you ask her to go, like just soften her up from one end to the other. Awful interesting class of females, really good top end. Congratulations.
Over here on the key side, just a single entry female star-headed heifer that could have stood a lot of competition. Really strikes you with an arrogant pose here from the side. Super elegant up front, really level down her top, expansive in her rib cage. She's got plenty of width and dimension to her, stout featured. You like them things about her. Maybe if you're going to pick on her, you just tweak her ever so slightly about her knee and soften her. Maybe give her a little more cushion to her knee and square her up ever so slightly. But that's getting picky on a very, very high quality female. A lot of ESTs and a really striking pose here from the side. Congratulations. She'll be fun to get back out here for division.
And first place in Class 17 over in your key composite show goes to entry number 143, J-Boy RJ Heartbreaker, exhibited by Riley Witt of Dublin, Ohio. Congratulations.
Just two single entries in this division, but I think two is heifers that I talked about, very, very high quality. The heifer out of the first class, as we talked about, when he gets her standing still and pulls her neck up, she gives you a nice look here from the side. One that you set her in motion, you wish her neck came up a little higher, more comfortable, but still very, very nice heifer. Then the heifer out of the second class just gives you a striking look here from the side. You love them things about her. One that you tweak ever so slightly from knee to ground, but still has just got a ton of quality and a bunch of presence and arrogance here from the side. She'll be your champion, and the one in the front will be reserved. But join me in congratulating both of these exhibitors.
And your Summer Yearling Division champion will go to entry number 143, J-Boy RJ Heartbreaker, exhibited by Riley Witt of Dublin, Ohio. And your reserve division will go to entry number 139, PCC Dat Shiny Darlin, exhibited by Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And placings in Class 29 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes entry number 141, Dunk Lady Lydia Lydell, 381L, exhibited by Carly Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Second place goes entry number 142, L-Man J-Boy Miss All In, exhibited by Riley Short of Masonville, Iowa. Third place in that class will go to entry number 151, Lehman Fergie, exhibited by J.C. Reed of West Selman, Ohio. And fourth place in that class will go to entry number 148, Dunk Monica 310-0, exhibited by Wyatt Dunklin of Wayne, Nebraska. Fifth place in that class will go to entry number 146, Dunk Franey 305L, exhibited by Austin Hunker of Bellevue, Ohio. Sixth place will go to entry number 154, exhibited by Riley Harden of Gaylord, Michigan. Seventh place will go to entry number 143, exhibited by Presley McQueen of Russellville, Ohio. Eighth place in that class will go to entry number 152, exhibited by Logan Schwartz of Coulter, Indiana. Ninth place will go to entry number 153. And 10th place will go to entry number 149. And please note, entry number 150 was a scratch. Now in the ring over in your MaineTainer class is Class 30. These heifers have calved between March 30th and March 14th. Again, to find all the photos taken in the ring and all backdrop photos, all you have to do is visit lindysPhotos.com to view and purchase all those photos that have been taken this week here in Broadbent and Freedom Hall. Again, we like to thank Lindy's Livestock Photographers for being with us here this week at the North American.
Really a challenging class, but I think there's no doubt a class winner for me to win this class. Boy, this is my kind in terms of foot size and bone work and muscle shape and rib shape, head shape. She's elegant, she's fresh, she's three-dimensional. If you want to say she walks just a nickel wide, I wouldn't argue with you, but she's a big bred heifer. She's sound, she's fresh. I like the way they got her presented. For me, she wins, and she wins easy. I think it's no contest. I think there's a lot of discussion after that. The heifer in fourth, the next soundest, but she's by far the narrowest, the frailest, and the lightest muscled. There's no doubt the one in second here is not my ideal in terms of her condition or structure, but god dang, she is powerful. She's wide, she's big-footed, she's big bone. She can give you a cool look here from the side. Her neck ties high out of the top of her shoulder, dead level down her top, really nice in terms of her underline. I think she's sound enough for me, and that's why she lands in second. Yes, I wish she was a little more pulled into herself and she wasn't quite as heavy conditioned as she is, but I do think she's a high-quality animal, and I land on her in second. The young man here in third on the stand, I like this heifer the second best. Man, she's highly presented. Her neck ties so high on the top side of her shoulder. I love her underline balance. I love how perfect she is from the top of her shoulder all the way back to her tail head. It's when she gets set in motion where she runs into trouble. I wish she'd just get out and go with a little more freedom and flex off of both ends of her skeleton. She's not unsound. I just wish to move her up in this class she went just a little better. Like I said, this heifer in fourth is extremely sound, and I appreciate that about her, but she should be, because of the top four heifers, she is the narrowest and frailest and flattest of them. I'm not saying she's too flat or too frail, but we're just in some deep water here, and that's where she lands for me. There needs to be more heifer, and she's in a really tough class. I love how ladylike she is up front. She's big and swoopy in terms of her belly. Breed her to a stout bull, and you could get a really, really nice female. Just runs into a very, very tough class. The black and white heifer is another very high-quality female on the standstill. You got to like some things about her. We set her in motion, and that's where she runs into trouble. Need to clean her up in terms of her joint work and free her up off of both ends of her skeleton. Then we run into a couple heifers that are kind of similar in their type and kind. You like their added bone and muscle. We just need to free them up and make them a little more ladylike in terms of their head shape and type and kind. Congratulations, really a high-quality one on the top end of that class.
Another deep-watered class over here on the MaineTainer side. The young lady's heifer I started with, and it's give and take on these top three heifers for me. I use this solid black heifer to start with. Just in terms of power, pin width, dimension, when you get right in behind her, to me, she just excels to the top. With that being said, I realize she's not quite as loose maybe in her spine, maybe as loose at just grabbing the ground and her overall skeletal makeup. But boy, that one, like in the top side of her shoulder, through that center portion of her body, and the way her pin set is, hooks to pins, that one is a unique individual. I'd like to just free her up ever so slightly. Her overall structure, let her get out and go and grab the ground with a little more reach and comfort, but that is high quality cattle. Young man's baldy heifer's an interesting animal. She's big-footed, she's big-boned, she's as flexible and good at the surface as any heifer out here. She's as up-headed and proud-fronted as any heifer out here. She wants to get a little rounder in terms of her hip design. She gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape, maybe a little flatter in terms of her body cavity. But that is a very sound-made, good-looking kind of a female when that young man gets her rolling. Young lady comes in third, just kind of the same song and dance as the one in front of her, just maybe not quite the extra in terms of foot size. She too is good in her silhouette. She's really youthful, really fresh. She needs to relax in her spine ever so slightly. She needs to be a little bit bigger footed to get out and go and be a little more comfortable. But a heifer with a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal, and high quality heifer to go third. young lady's heifer that comes in fourth here, a heifer that's unique in her overall design, really neat up through that front 1/3. Heifer just gets a little tighter in her forerib and her heart. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly. Heifer's really good in her pin width, got some dimension when you get right in behind her. She's long strided kind of a female. Young man's black and white heifer that comes in next. You know, a big bodied kind of a female, neck comes high on the top side of her shoulder. She too, like the one in front of her, gets a little tighter and washed away in her forerib and heart compared to them in front of her. I just like to maybe push her shoulder into her body cavity, maybe relax her in her middle of her back when you get her in motion, but a nice female. Young man's heifer that comes in next here just probably gives up some overall body and some capacity and some muscle shape compared to those in front of her. Gets a little wastier and plainer up through that chest and down through the bottom of that jowl. The heifer, the black and white heifer that comes in next, a heifer that just too fat for me in terms of condition, gets a little plainer in her head and neck. Heifer that's got top shape, went down through her loin edge. She gets a little tapered. She gets a little flatter in her stifle and way to the ground. She gets a little outside herself when you put her in motion. Heifer that comes in next doesn't have quite the center body, needs to soften up, give her a little more punch when you get in right in behind her. Heifer that rounds out the class just needs to neaten up in her design, just balance her up and give her a little more eye appeal to run any higher today. Awful nice class of females, really nice top three. Congratulations.
Over here on the key side, as competitive top pairs we've had, I think it's really close, but I do like this heifer to win, and it starts at the ground. Just her added foot size and bone work and her ability to flex and still being clean in her joints. She is not quite as long-necked, and I'd like to extend her there from her shoulder forward, but man, from there back, she is a wide, constructed, bold-bodied, level-topped, good-hipped female that's got a tremendous amount of foot size and bone work and still utilizes it very, very well. I do like this heifer on the stand very, very well in second. She is a little neater about her neck and her head. I appreciate that about her. A heifer that is level down her top on the stand. Where she runs into trouble for me as we set her in motion, her neck doesn't come out of her top side of her shoulder quite as comfortable as the heifer that wins the class. And like I said, she's not quite as big-footed as the heifer that wins the class, but still a very, very high-quality female to go second in a top pair of very good females. Taking nothing away from this one and third, she just runs into a very competitive class. This is another female, when she gets her pulled together here, gives you an awesome look from the side, very sound in terms of her skeleton, very good looking up front. Maybe when you step in behind her, she's a little narrower gauge than them two in front of her, but still a high quality female. Then we round out the class with another female. Appears to be very easy keeping. You appreciate that about her. Just maybe like to clean her up through her chest and her jowl ever so slightly, maybe square her up from hooks to pins ever so slightly. But congratulations, very high quality pair on the top end of that class.
And catching you up in your key composite female show, placings in Class 20 are as followed. First place in automatic late spring yearling division champion. We'll go to entry number 751, Dunk Lita, exhibited by Carly Bergemeimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Second place in that class in automatic reserve division. We'll go to entry number 152, Dunk Monica 310L, exhibited by Wyatt Dunkla of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place in that class, we'll go to entry number 153, exhibited by Asher Short of Masonville, Iowa. Fourth place, we'll go to entry number 148. And fifth place in that class, we'll go to entry number 151. And sixth place in that class, we'll go to entry number 150. As well as seventh place in that class, we'll go to 750. And placings in Class 23 are as followed. First place in automatic early spring yearling division champion. We'll go to entry number 155, JSUL, who's special 3321L, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. And second place in reserve division, we'll go to entry number 158, KABG Sage, exhibited by Abry Bletcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Third place in Class 23, we'll go to entry number 156, Good Stuff, exhibited by Aubrey Lee Brown of Comer, Georgia. And fourth place, We'll go to entry number 157, Strollers Lady Jane, exhibited by Haley Poley of Maysville, Kentucky. Congratulations. We'll now be selecting your Class 26 Key Composite Junior Yearling Heifers.
Very, very high quality pair of females in this class. They are quite different, but they both have a purpose and a lot of value in their own right. I do like the white flanked heifer to win, though, pretty easy. You want to talk about one that's extra flexible on both ends of her skeleton, huge footed and big bone, but still flat jointed. It's got a huge sweep to her rib cage and neck ties really high on the top side of her shoulder, extremely long and level from hooks to pins. You got to like that about her. Her sternum does stick out of her ever so slightly, but man, a heifer that's that big bodied and deep and bold in her rib cage, you're going to have a little bit of that very, very high quality female that's extremely loose in her skeleton win this class. Congratulations to her. The white sock female that goes second, really a moderate framed female that's really striking here from the side. You love how high her neck ties out of the top side of her shoulder. You step in behind her, has got a tremendous amount of shape. We'd like to tweak her ever so slightly from hock to ground, but still a female that's adequate here from the side, gets out and travels all right. Really three-dimensional in their kind, just runs into a tough one in front of her. Congratulations to both of them.
And first place in Class 26 over in your Key Composite Female Show goes to entry number 752, Penelope, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. And second place in that class will go to entry number 164, LLL Lux, exhibited by Brett Primbrook of Fairview, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 27.
Over here on the MaineTainer side, a really nice class of females. Young ladies heifer I started off with, to me, she's the soundest female in the class. Utilizes her joints, utilizes her structure, gets out and reaches, really long strided kind of a female. She's not the boldest sprung, stoutest made one out here, but she's got enough. She's good in the center portion of her body. I like her hip. I like the way her tail head sits down in her. Really fresh and youthful up through that front 1/3. Nice heifer to start with. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, maybe a little coarser in terms of her joint work. Maybe it gets a little crestier neck, a little steeper from the point of her shoulder to the ground. It's got some shape when you get right in behind her. Like to maybe change her teats ever so slightly. I'd like to just shorten them up, square them up. But the heifer's bold sprung, got some shape. Just like to clean her up in that chest floor, pull her down in the crest of that neck. But a nice female. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, gives you a really nice silhouette. Heifer just maybe she's big up high. She's got a lot of shape when you get right in behind her and out through her pin set. Gets a little flatter in terms of her quarter down through her stifle. She wants to get a little opened up coming to you off her front two. Like to relax her and just pull her in there. The heifer that comes in next, kind of the same type and kind, same mold as the one in front of her. Really neat silhouette. Got some balance, maybe pushing a little extra condition in that chest floor. She too wants to get a little straight and steep on her front two, gets a little opened up coming to you. Could maybe just tone her tail head down and relax her in her spine. The heifer that comes in fifth here, heifer that's sure got some unique things. She's big bodied, she's really fresh in the top side of that neck. With that being said, she's a little rigid on both ends of her skeleton. She needs to relax in her spine, get out and go with a little more comfort. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, just kind of runs out of the bells and whistles compared to them in front of her. Needs to soften up in the center portion of her body, relax her on both ends of her skeleton. Really nice class of females, nice top individual. Congratulations.
young lady brings us really a stout featured female single entry here over on the key side, one that's really wide based and stout featured from end to end, super opened up there through the center and top side of her rib cage. Really appreciate that about her. She's maybe getting just a little over in terms of her condition, but I still appreciate the quality and flexibility she's got off of both ends of her skeleton. Congratulations to that young lady.
And first place in Class 27 over in your key composite show goes into number 165, Dust Isabella, exhibited by Emma Graft of Middletown, Ohio. Congratulations. We'll now be ready to select your Junior Yearling Division champion over in your key composite show. And placings in Class 30 over in your MaineTainer female show are as followed. First place goes inch number 166. Second place goes inch number 160. Third place goes inch number 169. Fourth place goes inch number 156. Fifth place goes inch number 155. Sixth place goes inch number 161. And seventh place goes inch number 159. Eighth place goes inch number 157. Ninth place goes inch number 168. And 164 was a scratch.
Not a lot of numbers in this division, but the quality was very high. We'll keep it real simple. I think that first class was very, very competitive. We're going to keep those two heifers together.
And your Junior Yearling Division champion over in your key composite goes to entry number 752, Penelope, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. And your reserve division goes into number 164, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring will be Class 30 over in your key composite heifer show. And approximate start time for Red Angus will be 2:30 p.m. Again, Red Angus will be approximately starting at 2:30 right here in Broadbent Arena.
Young man's brought us a really nice single entry, and for this stage of the game, he's done a very good job of keeping her fresh up there through her chest and her neck, and really a heifer that balances up nice here from the side, does a nice job of keeping her composure down her top line, really level from hooks to pins, and keeps her tail head in her nice. Maybe if we'd stouten her up ever so slightly, she tapers a little bit towards the ground in terms of her bone work and her foot size, but still really a fresh female. You got to appreciate some things about her. Congratulations, young man, on a nice single entry.
And first place in Class 30 and automatic Senior Yearling Division champion goes into number 167, THUNLLEM Miss Tinsel, exhibited by Luke Lewaski of Maverna, Ohio. Congratulations. We're now ready to select your grand champion key composite heifer here at the North American. Again, we are ready now to select your grand champion key composite heifer. Would like to take this time to reintroduce your judge who's been with us all morning, Mr. Ryan Johnson. Ryan Johnson is originally from Northwest Iowa. He attended South Dakota State University and graduated with a bachelor's degree in animal science. He currently resides in Mitchell, South Dakota, where he and his wife Samantha and son Rhett own and operate RJ Cattle Company. Through an extensive embryo transfer program, they raise and market around 300 show heifers and steers, around 100 bred heifers annually, and they sell those all across the United States. If you could join me in giving Mr. Ryan Johnson one more round of applause for being out with us today. And now in the ring over in your MaineTainer female show is Class 32. Again, now being evaluated as Class 32 MaineTainer females.
Nice trio of females over here on the MaineTainer side. I use the easy flesher and moderate frame kind of a female. To me, just in terms of bone and foot size and flexibility, with that said, and maintaining the right frame score and the right size for me, Heifer just awesome in the center portion of her body. She's good in her spine. With that being said, she gets a little bit thicker and coarser in through her shoulder. I'd like to tidy her up, lengthen her up in her front 1/3. Get some little chest and a little extra condition for me. Maybe like to pull her pole up there on the top side of her shoulder, extend her in that front end. But a Heifer, it's got a lot of good things about her. Young ladies heifer that comes in next, heifer that really a long strided female, heavy constructed female in terms of bone and foot size, really an up-headed female, a little larger frame package. Heifer, I sure would think will go out and raise something pretty unique. You can't deny the size and the way she handles it, the frame score in that female. But she's good in the center portion of her body. She just maybe gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape down through her quarter and in through her stifle. But a heifer is a big bone, big footed, long strided kind of a female. Young lady's heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little up in her spine. She needs just to relax on both ends of her skeleton, maybe just soften her up, tidy her up to run any higher with them two in front of her. Nice trio of females. Congratulations.
And placings in Class 32 over in your MaineTainer female show are as follows. First place goes entry number 183, a Dust Isabella, exhibited by Emma Graft of Middletown, Ohio. And second place in that class will go to entry number 506, LSC Uppity Gal, exhibited by Jaylee Halstead of Pender, Nebraska. And third place in that class will go to entry number 182, Miss BMH Maddie Love, exhibited by Brayley Hansworth of Shiloh, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now we will be selecting your Division IV champion yearling heifer. And again, we are ready to select your grand champion key composite heifer over in Broadbent Arena. Again, we are ready for that selection of your grand champion key composite heifer championship.
Well, really nice set of these females out here in this division. The young lady that won that first class and a really good pair of females come out of that class. Tremendous amount of rib shape in this female. I love the underline of this female. Big bone, big footed, utilizes it. She wants to get about a half a foot width wide when you ask her to go, maybe off her rear too. But boy, that's being really picky on a really, really good female. So fresh, so elegant up in the top side of that neck with that much rib and shape when you get right in behind her. Pretty unique one to design, pretty unique one to create. Awful high quality heifer. Another close pair, and it was a little give and take for me here in this second class. I guess I went with what I just near and dear I like to me for my heart. A little more punch. I don't have to have them super stout, but I do like this one. When you get right in behind her, she's got some shape. She's got some pin width. Heifer could maybe just loosen up just ever so slightly. You can get out and go with a little more comfort. But boy, that one's got a lot of shape. She's got a lot of turn to her forerib and heart there. She's good in the top side of her neck. She utilizes her joints well. I like her foot size. I like her bone. She's a sound moving kind of a female. Young lady that won that third class, really fresh in her overall makeup. She too, really good design, really good profile. She probably wants to get a little tighter in her forerib and her heart, maybe a little flatter there compared to them two in front of her. But a heifer utilizes her joints and her skeleton well. Big feet, big bone, gets out and travels long strided, really fresh on the top side of her neck also. Young lady that won that fourth class, I guess I went with to me, the little bit softer made cow ear one. Really good in flexibility. I like the way she gets out and travels. She is carrying a little too much condition for me in the bottom of her chest. Like to lengthen her up in that front 1/3, maybe to run with them in front of her. But I'm going to take another look. Let's get this division of MaineTainer exhibitors a big round of applause. This is a really nice set of females.
And your division champion goes inch number 141, Dunk Lydia 381, exhibited by Carly Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. And your reserve division will go to entry number 173, MDC Merlin Moreau, exhibited by Keston Holmes of Answorth, Iowa. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 33 MaineTainer females in the ring.
Nice pair of females over here on the MaineTainer side. Heifer I started off with, to me, just kind of come to the top fairly handedly, just in terms of bone and foot size and flexibility. Heifer's good in the center portion of her body. She's good in her spine. Maybe not the stoutest when the center portion of her quarter down through her stifles I've seen all day, or maybe not the tidiest up in the bottom of that chest, but for a senior yearling, she's plenty good in condition. I think that's a high quality heifer to start with. Young lady's black and white heifer that comes in second here, just a little refined in her bone work, maybe a little smaller footed, maybe gets a little steeper on both ends of her skeleton. Heifer's good in her spine. She just needs some bone, needs some flexibility off them front too. But the heifer has sure got some unique pieces. Nice pair of females. Congratulations.
And first place in Class 33 over in your MaineTainer female show goes to entry number 186, PRES VV's Black Carrier, exhibited by Emma Preston of Reynolds, Illinois. And second place goes to entry number 187, Jubilee, exhibited by Mia Peters of Lintha, Florida. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And they will automatically be your Division 5 champion and reserve champion. We're now ready to select your grand champion, MaineTainer Heifer. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be selecting your grand champion key composite heifer here at the North American.
Well, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I know they still got a lot of cattle to go through and pick a top 5 Supreme yet tonight over in Freedom Hall. So I'm just going to talk about a couple heifers that for me it comes down to. We had some really, really good calves this morning, and there's a bright future ahead of them. And I commend them kids and tell them that young man's had a little trouble with his heifer calf, and he's got a bright future. The one behind her's an awesome female too. Got into some fall divisions that were very, very competitive. For me, it comes down to a couple division winners. This young lady with the purple sweater, this heifer right in front of me. As I talked, you might tweak her ever so slightly. She's just a nickel wide walking, but like I said, she's a big style bred heifer that's getting very, very picky. This is my kind in terms of being three-dimensional, having some shape, but still being extremely elegant on front, beautiful in terms of her head shape, being wide and shapely in terms of her muscle pattern, but still doing it with the correct angles of her skeleton. She's big-footed, absolutely opened up and wide and opened up in terms of her rib cage. I just love that female. I love the way they have her presented. I think that's a very, very high-quality female. I think that's one of the major contenders. And then I'll come back to this young lady's white-flanked heifer, another one that I think's in serious contention. As we talked about, one with a lot of ESTs, so big-footed, so big bone, but still clean in her joints. And then one that you set her in motion, and she does it so effortlessly. I think she looks just as good on motion as she does standing still here. As we talked about, her sternum does sit out there ever so slightly, and maybe when she gets to standing still, she gets a little lazy, wants to get a little easy in her top, and I've talked about that a little bit. Some cattle that are really, really loose structured will do that ever so slightly. I mean, this heifer maybe is the other heifer I just talked about isn't quite as genuine in terms of her muscle shape or skeletal width, but that's getting picky on another female that's awesome in terms of her skeleton and very, very high quality. I'd like to thank the Key Association for asking me to do this today. It's been very fun. The cattle have been very, very high quality. Let's give these exhibitors of the Key Composite Show a round of applause. I'll go show you the two I like the best, and we can keep going.
And your grand champion key composite female here at the 2024 North American goes entry number 751, Dunk Linda, exhibited by Akari Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion goes entry number 752, Penelope, exhibited by Avery Says of Coal Valley, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors for a successful show here at the North American. And now back over on your MaineTainer side, we are ready for the selection of your grand champion MaineTainer female here at the North American. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we are selecting your grand champion mate. Again, we are ready to select your grand champion MaineTainer female here at the North American. Let's give our judge, Mr. Greg Sand, one more big round of applause for being out here with us today.
Well, I'm not one for big speeches, but I'd just like to thank the North American for having me and the Junior Maine-Anjou board for selecting me to do this. It's an honor and a privilege to always judge out here on these green chips, and the kids have been really good, and utmost respect for Blake and Lindsay and Riley and them for having me. It's an honor and a privilege. There's about 3 or 4 out here that are really in contention, and I'm going to go around and look at them here in just a bit. I just want to say I enjoyed myself. I kind of got out of a little work. We're showing Angus cattle in the other ring today, so it's always good to come out here and judge on these green chips. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I'm not going to talk these cattle. I'm going to go out and get you a couple champion and reserve.
And your grand champion MaineTainer female here at the 2024 North American goes entry number 500, Rose Boom 74 ET, exhibited by Lander Tips of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Congratulations. And your reserve grand champion MaineTainer female here at the North American goes entry number 173, MDC Marilyn Monroe, exhibited by Keston Holmes of Annisworth, Iowa. Congratulations.